We're good to kick off, mate. We're rolling. Fantastic. All right. I declare open this hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Northern Australia, and I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, the Mirrawong and the Gadgerong people, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and by teleconference. Committee members attending are here in the room, myself and Senator Dean Smith, and I will put in a quick apology for our chair, Ms Marion Scrimger, who will be here shortly, coming in from Darwin. And Senator Whitaker, will be joining us by teleconference later in the day. These are public proceedings being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee that they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated as a contempt. It's also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence, and witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I now welcome Mr Dan Raymond from Ordco here in person, and I understand that information or parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses given evidence to the committee has been provided to you for the Hansard record. Would you please state your name and the full capacity in which you appear today?
Yeah, Daniel Raymond, I'm the CEO of Ordco. Also, I'm a director of Kimberley Cotton Company and a director of NACRA, the Northern Australia Crop Research Alliance. I wear a few hats.
Well, you've certainly got a few very important hats. Thanks, Mr Raymond. Well, I'm going to ask you to make an opening statement and then we'll go to questions. The floor is yours.
No, thanks, Glenn. Look, I guess the theme that I wanted to talk about was essentially, I suppose, if you were going to sum it up in a single word, probably the tyranny of distance, or a single sentence, which in this area we face. So I was just talking to Alan about, I guess, the importance of the port in terms of managing that, but it's also, I guess, the critical nature of infrastructure that affects us. It's the same for everyone, but we're probably more isolated and more exposed than most. So I'll just start round sort of, I guess, geographically placing us. So Kununurra, in terms of distance, we're a long way from anywhere. So people tend to think, I guess, we're in Western Australia, so Perth's our closest port. In actual fact, Darwin's our closest port. And then I guess after that's Townsville's really the next port in terms of servicing our needs. If the Tanami Road was open to trucks, to sort of quad configuration trucks, then Adelaide would be our closest port. So it places us in terms of our, I guess, location from everywhere. We're a huge distance when you transport things in and out. So it's fair to say that I guess 3,000 kilometres is a fairly normal kind of transport distance for us. And the cost of that, sits generally between about $300 and $400 a tonne. So if you imagine anything going in and coming out is in that kind of price range, that gets added on to everything we do. So now I'll focus specifically on the port. So the port is really, I guess, a critical enabling piece of infrastructure for us. So if I talk specifically about the farming environment, so Ordco imports fertiliser, we export corn and we export cotton lint bales for our members. We also have capacity to export cotton seed, but we haven't actually done that yet. When we do that, what we do is we effectively break down that transport cost barrier. So for a farmer to export corn off the Darling Downs and a farmer to export corn out of this region, we can actually do it slightly cheaper out of here. And because of the, I guess, the comparative distance into Asia, the shipping cost is generally slightly lower. So we make our farmers competitive with that farmer on the Darling Downs selling their corn into similar sort of markets. The comparison is if we sell into the domestic market, let's say we're cutting that down to Perth, obviously we've absorbed that, say, $350 tonne freight cost, so suddenly our farmer is significantly disadvantaged by doing that. So the port really is, I guess, almost the most critical piece of infrastructure, I think, for the farming community here. But it also has potential to change things for, you know, the entire community. So when FPOE goes live, which I would imagine would be mid-2027. Or 2027.
What goes live, sorry? Yeah.
I guess is confirmed. So at the moment, the FPOE, we're in the application and infrastructure process.
Yes. Yep.
And I would assume by about mid-2027 that we actually will have FPOE, hopefully. You know, there's fairly good commitment from, I guess, all of the stakeholders to get to that point. It will allow us to bring containers in and out. So potentially that could really revolutionise things for us. So a lot of the container freight going through Kununurra and then going onto a truck and coming here could potentially come direct through the port. So a good example of this is we import steel out of Vietnam as part of our business. We'll do that through Darwin. The comparative cost of that landed here is about 15% cheaper, say, than going pulling it up out of Kununurra or out of southern Australia. It's the same product, it's just gone by a different logistical pathway. So we would like to, you know, obviously see that come direct into Wyndham. Hopefully, once FPOE is in place, it'll be a much lower cost supply chain, and people here, I guess, won't be disadvantaged by the remoteness of the location. So I guess that's the port, but looking in more detail, I guess, at enabling infrastructure for, you know, significant scale projects. So if I look at our experience with the cotton gin, power was certainly a significant limitation. And we received grants through the state government, which allowed, I guess, us to overcome that limitation. But it's probably a fairly good example of the infrastructure challenges we've had. So roads, power, accessing water out to the site have all been sort of major challenges for that project. And I think specifically the roading issues are one that I'd probably highlight. We effectively have only one road in and one road out, depending on which way you go, east or west, and we cut off every year on that road, you know, by wet season activities. And I think realistically it'll never be possible to make that 100% all-weather road. But, you know, we have been out for significant periods of time. When we lost the Fitzroy Bridge a few years ago, we had, well, I guess about 4.5 months where we were cut off to the west. So at that time, I had literally, the day that the bridge washed away, we were just starting to haul up 4,000 tonnes of fertiliser from Geraldton. We actually had a truck on the road which had to turn around and come back. That fertiliser, a lot of it came all the way around, so went basically across into South Australia, up through the middle to us. So it's nearly a 5,000 kilometre haul route. Now that obviously is at huge cost, you know, and has enormous impact. We saw it again last year. So last year during the dry season, we were actually cut off in both directions. There was a major car accident to the west, and there was some problems in Timber Creek, which closed the road. So we had about 48 hours. We were cut off in both directions again. At that stage, we were in the process of moving cottonseed, and we had something like 8 trucks sitting on the wrong side of those various closures, and the gin had a major problem with removing the seed, so it slowed everything down there. So that roading infrastructure and I guess having the ability to not be cut off at regular intervals, I think is really important. You know, probably the classic examples, we've got a whole lot of one-way bridges still between here and Halls Creek. Those close, you know, with very little rain, to be quite honest. And having those repaired or, you know, brought up to standard on what's Australia's #1 highway, I think is pretty critical. The bridge at Bluebush Creek, just the other side of the new Fitzroy Bridge, it closes regularly. You know, it's
they're starting work on that down next year. I've seen all the infrastructures, you know, steel and concrete.
That sort of continual upgrade is just, you know, it's essential, I think, for I guess making sure that we don't find ourselves in these positions where constantly you find yourself in a logistical squeeze, I suppose. More locally, I guess the roads in this area are pretty poor. You would have driven out to the gin yesterday. I'm sure you saw what's supposed to be a road that's rated for a triple road train, and it's terrible. There's one spot on that road when you come back into town where it slumps so badly that the trucks pretty much have to get on the other side of the road to go across it. So we really need some pretty significant upgrades to roading infrastructure in this part of the world. Around the gin in particular, I think is probably the most obvious issue, but more generally, it's a weakness, I guess, that still impacts us. I guess in terms of that enabling environment, getting support at a high level, so both politically and bureaucratically, and a focus on the region, I think is a big challenge. The council's done a very good job, I think, in terms of reaching out to Canberra and with other councils from here, Halls Creek,
They certainly
Derby,
have, mate, yeah.
yeah, and Wyndham, and Broome. And I think presenting a very clear, concise, united message, and that's been really good for our region, I think. But that message, I guess, not only been passed but also been acted on is pretty important. And I think the wheels of bureaucracy often move fairly slowly, and that can be very frustrating, particularly at the project level. Things that get agreed to often move more slowly than the project that's happening. So again, using the FPOE at the port, we had an announcement from the Prime Minister 2 Christmases ago that FPOE was approved, and we're now looking at FPOE actually happening in 2027. And meanwhile, the cotton industry's it's running, and we're, I guess, exposed to about an extra $600 cost on containers going out of Wyndham per container. So when you add that up, the additional cost, which basically is borne by the farming community, is really significant. So these are the sort of things, I guess, trying to accelerate those processes would be really valuable, I think, to the region. I think that applies across Northern Australia, to be honest. I guess the other thing I wanted to talk about was just really trying to get federal and state government to communicate effectively on some of these issues. So I guess my experience has been very much that most issues aren't just a state issue and they're not just a federal issue, and having both levels of parliament lined up and moving in the same direction is very important. So I worked with both federal and state ministries to form this committee that's reviewing the FPOE at the moment, and it's slow because we've got about 50 people within the committee, but it is actually very effective in getting everyone committed and on the same path. And I guess in my experience, it's probably the first time I've seen that sort of federal-state interaction, which includes, I guess, the users, so the private sector. And I think that's something that I think has been pretty valuable. But it's something that was driven out of the private sector, so myself primarily sort of trying to form that up and with support from the state. And I think if we could have more of that, it would probably help to highlight some of these issues more effectively and bring people in a more unified way to work on the issues. And I understand it'll still take time, but I think it's about having that joint vision of where we're trying to go is very valuable. So.
Dan, look, I think thanks for that, and I just want to, and I'll go to Senator Smith in a minute, but I want to say that the effort by the 4 Kimberley councils and with business over the last, and Senator Smith would, I think, back me on here, the last 2 or 3 years has been huge. And I've spent 2/3 of my life running through this part of the world, and I've never seen the unity of all the 4 shires. But on saying that too, I'm pleased to see the state and federal governments coming together, particularly on the first port of entry stuff, which is massive. But then you look at our road infrastructure, and of my 2/3 of my life, most of it's on the road out there. But to see the money now being spent in the Kimberley on our roads, and you talk about our single-lane bridges, and we see what's going on down the Stake, Frog Hollow, the likes down there, all getting widened up. Thank goodness. But we've still got a long, long way to go. And it's been many years since I've trucked from here out to Darwin, but my son Abelian tells me that that road out there is still crap if it's not washed away each wet season. So yes, we do have a lot more work, but just to finish off on this, mate, the effort by the East Kimberley business with the Shires in Canberra has been absolutely exciting to watch, and we still have to keep the pressure up, mate.
Yeah,
we still do.
No, totally.
Senator Smith.
I'll just endorse what Senator Stirl has said. I think when the four shires came together, to speak with one voice, as you said, particularly around the Tanami issue, I think that produced some very, very strong outcomes. So full credit to them, and they get great reception when they are in Canberra. I think it is important to acknowledge the progress that's been made around the first point of entry issue, which has been around for a while, and we were at the port yesterday, so heard positive news about the master plan going out to tender, etc. Is there merit in continuing to try to accelerate the first point of entry discussion and approvals process? So in your opening remarks, you mentioned the expected operationalisation of the first point of entry arrangements, perhaps 2027. Of course, the risk with a date is that, and Senator Stirl may have an example, but I can't recall. There's very rarely are dates brought forward for implementation, but they are regularly pushed out. And I'm just wondering.
River Bridge.
Is that fair point? Is it worthwhile applying some effort to continue to argue an acceleration of those first point of entry requirements, given how significant the port is?
Oh, absolutely. Look, I think there's two components that I would love to think it could be done more quickly. I have my doubts about that because you are dealing with a lot of different departments, a lot of at both federal and state level. I think in the short term, I would love to see some sort of freight equalisation scheme put in place, and I've talked about this both in the committee that we've formed and individually with people in the region. I think, so just to put some numbers around it, so we're doing about 1,000 containers of cotton out this coming season. We're probably paying a premium of about $600 a container for not having that first port of entry, which I think it's fair to say that the entire industry thought would be here this season. And that's a cost that goes directly back to the farmer. So if you convert that, that's probably around the $1 million Aussie mark roughly. And I'd love to see a system where effectively we could, rebate that that differential. And I think that would, recognise probably the delays in things happening. We saw a similar thing, so myself and KDC worked very hard when the Fitzroy Bridge went out to get a similar system in to basically equalise freight from wherever it come to go round the bridge. And it took a few months to get in place, but it worked quite well. So what it did was you paid freight essentially at the rate that you would have paid if it had have come the normal way. And it wasn't a huge amount of money in the end. I think it was about $600,000 was claimed against that scheme. But for the people that were able to claim it, the impact is enormous. There's no big businesses here. We're all small business. Ordco relatively is a big business. We've got about a $35–36 million turnover, and that's hardly enormous in the scheme of businesses around Australia. So all of the businesses here are very, exposed to quite small movements in things like freight costs, and certainly for the farmers, we're trying to establish a new industry. Everyone's put a lot of money into it. And I think that's fair to say that we've been a bit unlucky in our timing with cotton prices. It's they're effectively at a 10-year low. They seem to be bouncing back now, but there's no doubt people are hurting pretty badly with what's going on. So it'd be great to see some sort of equalisation system put in place for that. It would be similar, I suppose, to what happens in Tasmania, maybe, where you have essentially a freight equalisation system.
The argument for the freight equalisation arrangement would be the tyranny of distance argument that is particularly unique to.
No, I think for me it's more the time that it's taken to get in place. I guess we've been working on this for quite a lot of years. Tony and myself have literally been working on this for 4 years probably, and we're just at the point now where we can see potentially the end of the road mid to late 2027, that's a long time after, I guess, we started work on it. We committed to a gin. We spent $60 million building a gin, creating an industry. We had promises from Prime Minister and various other people right through both sides of federal and state government. Yet we still find ourselves effectively exposed to that FPOE issue.
So the freight equalisation arrangement would act as an incentive to state and federal bureaucrats to make sure that they were moving as quickly as possible to fulfil the first point of entry implementation operational date of 2027.
Yeah, very much so, and it also equalises, I guess, the cost exposure between a farmer here and a farmer elsewhere in Australia. And probably on the basis that there was an expectation, I think it's fair to say that wouldn't be in place certainly for this season. I think everybody knew in 2025 that we were going to have to wear that, but we all thought for 2026 that would be well and truly sorted, and people are only really realising at the moment that that's not the case. So Tony and I have actually just put together a memo to go out to sort of the farming community and all our members, basically telling them that it's not happening in 2026, it's happening in 2027. So,
Thank you. Can you give us an update on the Tanami?
In terms of
a road, but much of it's a track.
In terms of the construction on it,
yeah.
well, I guess I'm not heavily involved. It's progressing quite well from my point of view. It's realistically, it's not going to be a 2-year project, is it? I mean, it's a huge distance. We're talking this is 5 to 7 years, but it seems to be tracking reasonably well. It again, from our regional point of view, it opens up a number of mines potentially on the top end of the Tanami, being our end of the Tanami. And there's a couple of those mines are basically sitting waiting for that road to be in place, because it totally changes their haul cost structure. So that again will be all stuff that flows through the port. So again, in terms of enabling activity in this part of the world, it's hugely important for us, even those first 400 kilometres, 500 kilometres. So I know it's being worked on sort of on both sides. I'd love to see it worked on from the north to the south because I think the benefits would be greater to the region from that point of view. But yeah.
So often when we think about economic development in regional and remote communities, we think about governments providing large slabs of money. But can you identify any regulatory or legal changes that would facilitate further development as an alternative way to spurring greater risk-taking, spurring growth?
That's a really good question. Look, there's a very fundamental one. So are you aware of the Dharma scheme, the designated area migration agreement?
Yep.
It's been pivotal to our region over the last 3 years or something. So the Chamber of Commerce did an enormous amount of work with businesses here in getting that up and running. The changes in the Dharma scheme, I personally think, are not going to be good for our region. I think it opens, but what was intended to be a scheme that really focused on getting people in the hardest to get places is probably going to become more of a generalised immigration scheme.
Sorry, Dan, what changes?
Well, you'll effectively be able to be on Dharma in Perth in 2 years' time, I guess. And it's been deregionalised. So at the moment, our Dharma scheme here runs through the Chamber of Commerce, and that will be removed from the Chamber. Will become a state-driven function. So instead of being very specific to our, I guess, our environment, our needs, and our people, it'll become something that becomes like, I guess, most of the other immigration tools. That's sort of very amorphous thing that you don't really have any direct control over. So, I understand you need to change these things. I'm just not sure that the changes are actually good changes for our region.
That's a good point that you make. Sorry to cut on you. So, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but you would think that people coming to Australia for the first time would think, why would I go to Kununurra if I can work
Absolutely.
in Perth,
Be in
Melbourne
Perth.
or Sydney?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think there's a sentiment expressed in the goldfields as well, with change, with your rates shifting from the regional to a more generalised scheme approach.
Yeah. If I look at our business specifically, so we've got 5 people sponsored through Dharma. We've got one who's completed that Dharma process very quickly. So it's been, out of a workforce of 23, for us it's been pivotal in terms of being able to access good people. It's not like we don't, we look everywhere for people. We don't want to sponsor people. It's very expensive. It's hard work. There's lots of challenges with it. But, where we are, we're remote. And if you haven't got good people, you can't do good things. So it's a bit of a left field one to the question you asked, but it's certainly something that's critical. Here, I think another issue for us is, and this is right across Australia, I think, is just the cost of housing and the availability of housing. So at the moment, it's quite exciting. We're seeing the Boab Metals mine open to the north of town, which we're all very happy about. But they're looking to bring in, sort of enough people that will occupy 40 to 60 houses, from what I'm told.
Kununurra.
And that's we don't have 40 to 60 houses to, and they've already bought, I think, 4 or 5. And so the impact immediately on the housing market's constrictive. So fundamentally the cost of constructing a house here is far greater than the cost of selling that same house. So nobody's going to build a house because it just doesn't make economic sense. But we don't have land availability to build houses on. We don't have the public works around the land that is available, so access to power, water, it's the developer's cost to put that in. So while it would push more costs back onto the state primarily, I think it just needs to be recognised that to enable housing construction here, that has to happen. And it needs to be given an enormous priority to accelerate. This isn't a new thing. We've been in this position for 20 years, really. And I just think we need to change that, because it's something that we lose people all the time. So, I've just lost one of my really valuable guys, 14 years he's been with us, and he's headed south because he was in a rental house that his wife got through a job. His wife, for various reasons, left the job, didn't have a house, they didn't intend on leaving, couldn't find a house for under $1,000 rent a week. I couldn't afford to pay him enough to cover that, so they've headed down to Geraldton. So for us, it's a massive loss, and it's a really direct example of the impact of that housing cost on the environment. So.
Some have argued changes to fringe benefit tax arrangements as a way of promoting regional communities. Are you familiar with some of those arguments that have been run?
Yeah.
And do you support reform?
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, I think my personal opinion is that I guess if we could take the investor side out of the market a bit, it would probably help with the situation here, which is fundamentally what the fringe benefits tax structure drives. I'm not an expert in that area, I have to say. It's just my opinion.
I'd characterise the reform debate on fringe benefits tax as sort of in its early stages rather than fully developed.
Oh, well, I mean, you go back to the the Henry review in when
Yeah,
was
that's
that?
been
2010.
floating around. That's true.
And Henry recommended that very clearly in whenever it was, 2010, 2008.
I think it was another 100 recommendations in that report, if I remember rightly, too. At the time.
I think 132.
You got many more?
I've got, well, I think Senator Whittaker on the line, or? Oh, okay.
No, not
Okay,
the
yeah,
survey.
yeah.
I might just, I'll wait till you finish. Finish your line, then I'll wrap up. Sorry.
I'm done, thanks.
Oh, you don't? Oh, sorry. Okay. Dan, if I can come down this line, mate, because the whole idea of this committee is merging. You know, and this is very important. This is fantastic to see what's going on up here in the top end. I can't get past my head out here, this big lump of water we got sitting out there, and I can't get past how much goes out to the ocean. And all my socialists and lefty mates are all going to turn on me, and I really don't care. All right? Can we use more of that water to utilise growth in your industry?
Absolutely,
And
yeah.
what could we do?
Yeah, I guess this is that thing about pace of development.
Just so sorry, I don't have any socialist mates. Or just
no.
Loose-
Look, I totally
loose
agree
term,
with you.
you know?
Knows,
Yeah,
but he doesn't.
look, that dam was built.
no, but not
Yeah,
mates.
it was
Sorry.
built in 1972 on the basis of about sort of 100,000 hectares of irrigated land. At the moment, we're at about 20,000. So, you know, what's happened in the last, 50 years?
Yeah, baffles me every time I come over here.
Yeah, and look, the land has been opened up, but it's very slow, and it's been, we fight all the way through with DBCA and others to sort of,
Just give us, who's that an acronym you just used?
biodiversity, what are they?
Oh, okay.
Biodiversity conservation and what's the A? Can't even remember.
Is this, you've already got the land or you want to clear the land?
So
What do they fight?
there's a bit of a combination of things. So essentially, when stage 2 moved forward in 2010, there were a number of parcels of land that were sort of put up for development, I guess. And of those parcels, even though we're 10, 14 years down the track, only one's properly been opened up so far, and that's
1 out of 14.
1 out of, I guess, 7 probably made
7.
parcels.
And is the land cleared or not?
So on that one, it's cleared and farmed now. So we've got another area that's been developed and is starting to be farmed at the moment. That should
And
be
help,
done in the
sorry
next
Dan,
5
I
years.
don't mean to cut you off, but it just really triggers me this. So what's stopping us opening up those other 5 pieces of land?
It's effectively getting through the government regulation to allow them to be, opened up. So the parcels were handed out. Here's an area. You go do all of the development work, because in the work through the bureaucratic requirements, and then that will allow you to do the development. And that process takes years and years and years and years. So Dave Menzel, our Shire councillor, he may not like me saying this, but he once said to me, if you want to do a project here, like 10 years, and then maybe add a few. And it's exactly right. And it's 10 years to get through to the point at which you can actually turn a stone. And if I look at the cotton industry, like in 2016, we've effectively conceived what's happened now. We finished construction of the gin last year, so 2025 is our first season of operating. 9 years to go from there to there. That's a long time, and that was probably pretty fast track, to be honest.
Ridiculous. Okay.
So yeah. So for these other areas to be opened up, they just need to be in a more enabling environment.
So Dan, with all the hats that you wear, okay, if I was going to say common sense, hang on, let's just say that, I don't know, lightning struck and all of a sudden we got things done quicker. Are we talking about increasing, I mean, I just see the loop here, what it could increase the production of cotton, but other foods as well?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, corn, so maize, corn's probably the other really big one. So that's the main rotational crop with cotton. So I would expect in a few years will be about a third maize on most years. Chickpeas is another major crop here. In terms of both value and area. It's been probably one of our longest crops. The horticulture stuff, that's the highest single value per hectare crop that we grow here. Yeah. And all of those can increase if we add more land, there's no doubt about that. I guess as you increase, everything gets cheaper, of course.
Of course, yeah.
So we import fertiliser at the moment. So the boat that's coming next week, I've got 6,500 tonnes of fertiliser on that. That's a bit marginal, really. If I was doing 10,000 tonnes it totally changes the dynamics around the shipping and the costs around that. So, if we had an extra 3,000 hectares, 4,000 hectares of land, I'll be doing 10,000 tonnes. It gets cheaper for everyone. The whole system works better. So there's an economies of scale requirement there.
I mean, the argument's the old packing sheds, Yes,
Perfect.
makes sense.
Yeah.
So Dan, with your three hats on, if the land was cleared, we've got people who want to work that land.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And we've been talking about this since 2012.
Well, really since 1972, to
Oh,
be quite honest. but I guess very intensely since the sugar industry kicked off in 1996. The sugar industry, there's a lot of reasons it failed, but one of the fundamental reasons was that it didn't have the area because the area hadn't been opened up. And when the commitment was made to build the sugar processing facility, that was based on additional area being opened up. The 2010 Stage 2 development, which happened 4 years after the sugar industry closed, was the extra area being opened for sugar. What happened in those 14 years?
So Dan, is this predominantly state, or is it state and then it's got to go to the feds? When you say biodiversity,
that one's state mainly. Yeah, it's
holding it up?
A state issue. Yeah, it's look. I sit on the outside, obviously looking in, but my perception is that there's no incentive for anything to move quickly within, I guess, the bureaucratic process. So, I see it myself. You put in an application for something and you're supposed to get an approval one way or another, approval or refusal in 6 weeks, but you get it in 12 weeks. And then, it'll come back and say, oh, can you give us more information on this? So you put the more information in, you wait another, 9 weeks. And so there's that person or, group or organisation has not been penalised for not running within their own timeframes. It's very, very frustrating. And as a private sector business where you're trying to move things forward on a time frame, that's hugely frustrating.
Yeah.
But, and the FPOE in a way is sort of an example of that, just how long that's taken to actually galvanise into action and move forward and all the rest of it. So.
Yeah, I understand we've got to go through these processes, and do it all properly, but it's for the life of me, I just don't know why it takes that. But I think that's, and I just want to say this. We're just talking about the Shire President. Are your ears burning? Sorry, Dan. It was all good.
Better tell him I quoted him.
That's right. But I forgot what I was going to say. Crocky. Senator Smith, do you have a question? I'm trying to remember what I was going to say. It was going to be groundbreaking.
I was hoping you might elaborate, and you only mentioned it briefly, the energy limitations.
Yeah, so I guess that's a combination of the actual infrastructure, so the poles, the lines. So at the moment we've got a hydro system that we're using about a third, I think, of the power that comes out of the hydro. So when the Argyle Diamond Mine closed down, that used to take the balance of the power. But I guess getting access to that down at the gin has been quite challenging. And I think Biometals is experiencing exactly the same thing where they'd like to hook into the power grid, but they're off the line, so now they're going through the very long, convoluted process of trying to actually organise, wires to actually come into the site. That'll take them a number of years, I'm sure.
So transmission infrastructure is what we're talking?
Primarily, yeah. So, but again, it's just moving things quickly. If there's a mine being built, let's get it going. Let's build that infrastructure, use the power it's hydropower, so it's, we're not burning diesel. It's good for everyone, so why wouldn't we build it as quickly as we humanly can? To me, that's a very simple thing. Somebody needs to look at it and go, we need to do this. Maybe the state actually bankrolls it on a cheap loan basis, does it through NAIF. Instead of NAIF taking 8 months, 10 months to make a decision whether they'll fund it, maybe they could turn it around in 3 months. I'm seeing this with NAIF at the moment. We're trying to do some extra works at the gin. We've been talking to NAIF about it since middle of last year. The latest thing is that the earliest we'll get an approval for what we've been putting through is July of this year. That's actually missing the season. By the time we can do the works, the season's already finished. So again, we've lost, I guess, the opportunity to move forward in a way that benefits the region for another season.
So when we have a look at that decision-making delay in the NAIF, is it because of the availability of NAIF officials to be available to meet with proponents like yourself? Is it the constant request for information upon information upon information? If we were to dissect that decision-making delay, what's it attributed to?
Yeah, there's probably a couple of parts to it. So certainly that information on information on information, that's information overload. It's also the way the funding structure works. It has to be presented, I think, at least 3 times before it can actually get to a final approval stage. So it's sort of, it goes up, it gets an approval, it goes back, it gets reworked, it goes back up, it gets another approval, comes back. So it's yeah, it's just a slow process. You know, NAIF in itself, it's been great for us. We couldn't have built the gin without it. Correct. But if we'd had private sector funding, we would have built the gin 2 years earlier. That's an absolute reality. So you know, it's allowed us to do it, and it's certainly cheap finance. It's probably high risk finance, certainly for the rates that you pay, but it's not fast finance. So it's also the compliance side of it is. It's another level to anything I've ever seen, and I've done projects for the World Bank, and it makes the World Bank look good, which I never thought I'd say. So,
Well done, World Bank, sort of.
yeah, sort of.
So Dan, just on wrapping up, if I can come back here, just so it's clear in my head here. So back in 2010, 12, when Board Stage 2 was kicking off and we had all that land cleared, and those other plots of land adjacent to the plots of land that have already been done, is there some stream or creek or something that's got different frogs in it they can't get across?
No,
help
not
me out
really.
here?
So we've got a. I guess
Shouldn't mention frogs, sorry. Bloody Queenslanders.
We've got a plant called Typhonium that's you know, I've got to be careful how I say this, that is causing a lot of work to be done that is not speeding up the process. So yeah, it's very intensive. Typhonium surveys have to be done. You can only do them.
What is it?
It's like a ground flower, I guess.
What is it, only in that area, not in the ones that are already cleared?
Well, I guess nobody really knows. That's until the survey works. So
Oh, really?
it's a listed species, so you have to do that before you can move forward. And there's so where we have had development, there've been offset land areas, given up, I guess, to make sure that Typhonium's protected. Which I don't have an issue with that, but it'd be nice if we can move it a bit quicker.
Yeah, no, I'm hearing you. That's what I'm just trying to lead to.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we've got an area called Carlton Hill, West Bank, Mantinia. All of these areas could be opened, but are all effectively in this circle of trying to resolve these issues, and they would essentially double the area that we currently farm.
I'll get that loud and clear. Yep, fully support the process, the whole lot. We know why it has to be done, but why does it take so long?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, Dan. Well, thank you very much, mate. I know you've got important things to do heading out there. I really appreciate your time. Senator Smith, do you have any further questions?
No, none that I can't put on notice. Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
And we know where to find you should we need to follow up on something. So we wish you all the very best. Thank you very much, Dan, for coming in.
I'm glad you're talking to our Shire President because
No, we're going to have smoko, mate. That's what it says in front of me. It says
you're right.
10 o'clock smoko. Not talking to the President. Great. All right, Dan, thank you.
Thanks.
Look, let's, well, what we've got the Shire President. Are we waiting for Vernon? Let's have a, with the Brains Trust. All right, I think he's just coming up now. I think we'll just suspend shortly, shall we? Let's do that and get a cuppa. More official, shall we? Okay, so let's welcome back everyone. Hansard and Broadcasting, good to go. Thanks very much. It now gives me great pleasure to welcome witnesses representing the Shire of Wyndham East Kimberley and the Kimberley Regional Group here in person, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses, gentlemen, giving evidence to committee has been provided to you both. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear today? And I'll start with you, the Shire President.
Good morning, members of the committee. David Menzel, Shire President of the Shire of Wyndham East Kimberley and also Chair of the Kimberley Regional Group of Councils, which is Halls Creek, Derby West Kimberley, Broome and our own Shire of Wyndham East Kimberley.
Thank you.
Vernon Lawrence, I'm the CEO here at the Shire of Wyndham East Kimberley, and I also look after the administration side of the Kimberley Regional Group.
Tremendous, gentlemen. I'm going to give you both the opportunity to make an opening statement. The floor is yours. Tell us everything you want us to know. This is your opportunity to help us shape a report. And I just will quickly apologise for our Chair, Mariam Scrimger, who is on her way from the airport now. And when you see me shuffle to the right, a seat further on, I'm not trying to escape. I'll be giving the chair back to the Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I have a brief one here which will set some context. So thanks for the opportunity to appear on behalf of local government of the Kimberley. Most significant strategic regions in Australia, we believe, abundant renewable energy resources, nationally important critical minerals precincts, access to ample water and proximity to Asian markets. We have very strong First Nations leadership in the Kimberley and land ownership determined over more than 90% of the Kimberley region. The opportunity is clear. The Kimberley can play a material role in Australia's economic diversification, energy transition and national resilience. However, the constraint is not ambition, it's delivery. Emerging industries in the Kimberley are being held back by structural barriers. These include the inadequate enabling infrastructure, workforce shortages and housing constraints, high cost of construction and service delivery, and fragmented funding and policy settings, and most importantly, a lack of coordinated place-based planning. Local governments sit at the centre of this challenge. We're not only service providers, we're enablers for industry and of industry. We provide infrastructure. We provide livability and coordination that make investment viable in remote Australia. But the current system doesn't align responsibility with capacity. If Australia is serious about developing Northern Australia, we need a shift from reactive project-by-project funding to coordinated supply-side investment where infrastructure, housing, workforce and services are delivered ahead of demand. We also need to recognise that First Nations participation is not optional, it is fundamental. Economic development in the Kimberley must be built on partnerships, ownership and long-term benefit for traditional owners. And finally, there are some other risks that we must address urgently, including a totally dysfunctional insurance market, inadequate disaster resilience funding, biosecurity exposure and uncertainty in particular for the Kimberley around the Kimberley Dharma. Without intervention, these will constrain investment, undermine national objectives. Local governments are ready to partner with all levels of government to deliver outcomes. What we need is alignment, policy, funding and accountability aligned to the realities of remote Australia. Thank you.
Thanks, Toad. Vernon, did you wish to add anything?
Mr Chair, no. Councillor Shire President Menzel has said everything that basically I need to say.
Okay, and forgive me because we are in the Kimberley, the greatest place in the greatest country in the world. I just want to reiterate that, and we are very informal up here. I should say Shire President and CEO, but let's talk how we normally do anyway. Just very quickly, I had said when you walked in, David, that your ears might be burning, and I just want to reiterate and get it on the Hansard, as we were talking earlier to Dan from Ordco. the work that the Shire, and I am blowing wind up your backside of you gentlemen, all right, the work that the Shire has done with your many hats on, and your Kimberley development hats and the regional development hats, between the 4 Shires particularly, coming to Canberra over the last, I think probably the last 2 years I've seen the greatest input coming from the 4 Shires, speaking as one for the Kimberley. Because like you, I get the frustration in Canberra when I hear the leaders in Canberra, certain leaders in Canberra, in certain portfolios talk about this being Asia's food bowl. And quite frankly, I'm sick of hearing about that sort of nonsense talk down in Perth, because we can be a damn good delicatessen if Canberra can get its act together and, as you said, David, start talking about housing and talking about Indigenous employment and talking about roads and everything else that goes with it. Sadly, that's lacking, and that has been lacking in the 21 years that I've been in the Senate. And it's now time under this committee where we talk about emerging industries. We cannot take, I'm on my gospel here, I'm going to have a real play up here because I'm the boss at the moment until Marion gets here, to say that enough of the talk going on about what we can do, actually roll your sleeves up and get the bureaucracy to start listening and start implementing what we need up here, for crying out loud. And as someone who's proudly spent 2/3 of their life running through this region, we're seeing growth and we're seeing things move, but by crikey, if we could go glacial, we want to see glacial examples of how slow the wheels of government can turn, just come to the Kimberley, unfortunately, not through any fault of your own. So I just want to, before I flick over to Senator Smith, will be a lot more circumspect than I am. And I said this earlier on, for all the years I've been coming up here, there's a massive big thing of water sitting out there, and we don't even talk about the Dunham Pilot Van, the Dunham Pilot Dam, not van. And I'd said earlier, I still don't get, when you Google how much water goes down the Ord, and we talk about irrigation, and we talk about energy, and then we talk about environmental water. What do we need to do to get the appropriate government agencies here to actually pull their finger out? If we can clear plots of land for Ord Stage 2, 12, 14 years ago, what the hell do we need to do to get the other plots of land so we can start developing that to grow the same stuff that's being grown next door, for crying out loud, and start adding value to the emerging industries you've got here? Your time to have a rant, Shire President, but I know you'll be a lot more balanced.
Thank you, Senator. Look, I probably do need to say a couple of little thank yous that we actually did get something happening with Stage 2, and it's probably been a slightly slower rollout than we'd all have liked, but it is happening. But I think that, to your point, we still seem to determine Australia's policies, and if I could be so rude as to say, based on the needs of the Rust Belt states of the southeast. Yep. And we don't recognise that we're actually looking north. And we're fortunate here that we sit inside a Commonwealth that has those good sound foundations, but our opportunities here are to the north, not to the south. So we get the support, hopefully, we need from the south, but it's probably more of a constraint because things are so focused on the south. So I think it goes to allowing more place-based decision-making and taking more regard to the needs of those remote communities. I think, as I said in my opening statement, we do need to actually facilitate things to happen here. We're in such a infrastructure deficit here. You know, we've got a bridge over the side of our town here which can basically limit the size of anything that moves across the north of Australia. It's Highway 1, but it's got a gantry sitting on it. We've got a bridge that's limited on width and capacity, and that's our diversion dam. So some of that infrastructure is just not fit for purpose. So I think the Northern Australia agenda is a really good start, but we seem to have a lot of difficulties to actually committing it and giving people confidence that that agenda is going to transform the north. And transforming it is probably not that well defined, what that even means.
Mr. Vernon, did you wish to add anything?
Yes, if I can.
Jump in.
Yeah,
we're pretty informal here.
We seem to be suffer from the metrocentric thinking and priorities up here. a lot of the programs that local governments have access to, funding programs, are competitive. The guidelines are more suit metro areas than they do regional and remote areas. So there needs to be some form of change in that, that the north of Australia has access to a bigger pool of funds that are more tailored towards the needs that local government can get involved in. For example, on the last Growing Regions, on the first round of the Growing Regions program, we understood that there were about 800 applicants into that program, and only 40 were successful. We were lucky that we were one of those. But that level of competition for funding for infrastructure in remote areas makes it extremely difficult for us to get on the front foot and deliver, the infrastructure that economies can be built on. So while we've been very lucky, we certainly know that there are neighbouring regions that don't have the resources that we have to apply for those funds, and so the whole structure will fall down unless we have a coordinated development right across the north.
Yeah, thanks, Vernon. I just think I should clarify this for the department that may be listening in, you know what I mean? They think I haven't lost me marbles, but quite simply there has been a lot of good work. A lot of good work's gone on in the Kimberley in the last couple of years, and I tilt my hat to the infrastructure around roads. Long way to go, and yes, we're making some great inroads. And unfortunately, it took the Fitzroy River Bridge to put us into the forefront of the of decision making. And there's been some good stuff on the first port of entry, which we'd all love that to be quicker, but we can't stop. There is a lot more to do. So just clarify that so the boffins don't go out there and freak out at the coffee machine at Smoko. Yeah, David.
Senator, thank you. I just note, I think there's a bit of confusion within Australia, maybe it is within the Kimberley as well. So we see the water use report released finally to the public on the Fitzroy catchment. And with that massive river, which I don't think anyone really understands the size of, and especially if they haven't visited or lived in the Kimberley, we've found that there is literally half a bucket full of spare water there. So we've just gone down this pathway of, and I understand there's some traditional landowners that have a particular view and members of the community, but we've just decided that we're going to almost lock up the potential of that water resource into natural beauty. Because we're so remote, I think there is a lack of clarity about whether we want any economic development in the Kimberley or whether we want it as a pristine national park, and that to me is the misunderstand or the lack of clarity that makes it so tricky to make decisions. We don't have a goal in mind, so we've got no idea what our decisions are trying to achieve. Yeah. And when I say our decisions, probably our decisions are less important than those of others that live 3,000 kilometres from us. So I think we see that frustration of there's some limited decision making about economic development in the East Kimberley, which is distinctly different to the Central and West Kimberley, where it seems more focused on protecting the natural environment as it is, whatever point in time you want to decide it is.
That's a good point you raised. So we're talking about water going down the Fitzroy.
Yeah, the fact that there is, we've got enough water there to take bridges out, but we haven't got enough water there to reserve a small portion for some economic development. My point is that there's not much difference between Kununurra and Fitzroy. Fitzroy's a lot older town, been there a lot longer, lives on a bigger river. Yep. But they don't have access to the water. Kununurra is a new town built because we have access to a small, I think the irrigators take somewhere around 3 to 5% of the water out of the catchment. So we have a bit more of a focus in the East Kimberley, maybe compared to the Central Kimberley. So that lack of a goal, lack of direction manifests itself in so much of the decision making about the region in which we live.
Well, David, while we're on a roll, I'm provided every week through one of the pastoralists down there in the valley. And you probably know who that is, and he's a damn good man. And I'm sure, Senator Smith, you know who I'm talking about. Anyway, Phil Ham sends this through to me all the time. And I appreciate that. And Phil's latest email that I received today, 5:09 this morning. And on all through the gauges at Diamond Gorge, Margaret Gorge, Mount Krause, Fitzroy, Christmas Creek, Nookenbar, Fitzroy, Barrage, Willair, that to date, this year to date, the equivalent of 12 cubic kilometres of water has gone through those gauges. 12 cubic kilometres.
I don't understand, Senator, what that looks like, but it sounds very large.
Normally when I talk to Phil, it's around how many, I have to say to Phil, put it in Olympic swimming pools for me, because I'll get that. So now he's progressed to cubic kilometres, which is just absolutely frightening, and none is retained in or on station storage to use as cattle fodder, irrigation water. No local jobs created in farming, cattle feedlotting along the river system, etc. So I think you started that. I just thought I'd have to throw that in. Thank you, Shire President.
Thank you.
And it should give the people a lot of food for thought. Imagine what we could do with it. I have to confess I'm a fan of Ernie Bridge. And that was 40 years ago when Ernie first pulled that plan out. And to this day, that man was before his time. Sorry, Senator Smith, would you like to have a go?
Thank you very much, Senator Steele. And just add my congratulations to the remarks given by Senator Steele in terms of the success that the 4 Kimberley Shires have had in recent years in their advocacy. Can you just give us an update on a number of road projects? So give us an update in regards to the Tanami road, but also share with the committee the importance of advocacy around the diversion dam and the importance of that as a freight network, as a tourist network, etc. And what the estimated cost might be, what the advocacy looks like at the moment, what some of the impediments are to sort of realising that particular project.
Yes, Senator Smith, thank you. As far as the Tanami Road goes, the second year of real intense work going on there. They have completed sealing through the hills, and they're now getting into the flatland, where it will go a hang of a lot faster. So there's something like 40 to 50 kilometres that should be complete by the time we get to the end of this dry season. So that project is going really, really well. My understanding is that there's a high number of Indigenous locals that are employed in delivering that infrastructure, which is, in particular down in Halls Creek, has made a huge impact on some of those families. So that's very, very encouraging. As far as the diversion dam goes, I think I'll hand over to the Shire President. He's a lot closer to that story to me than I am.
Thank you. The diversion dam provides the only access across the Ord River, so it is Highway 1, and being a dam wall owned by a water corporation, a state trading entity, and a road on top. I'm not sure of the exact ownership, but it's very complicated. There have been pre-works done on a proposed second crossing, a bridge that was done at least a decade ago, so quite a bit of the geotech's been done to link further downstream over the unregulated part of the river below the dam. That, ballpark figures we talk around, it's always been a $300 to $400 million project, which probably means 400 to 500. That possibly includes a bypass for the town as well.
Is that Ivanhoe?
That's no, it's
North of Ivanhoe?
River Farm Road. So it's Mills Road from the co-op across Mills Road and across
right.
there, and links up out over the hills. The issue I've always had is that I'm not ignorant of the fact that if I go to Canberra advocating for $400 or $500 million to build a bridge, as necessary as that may be for the greater good of Highway 1 and Australia as a nation, I'm probably going to see very little other money for quite a significant amount of time. So As a local representative, I struggle with advocating for that, but I do understand, if the Army or the Defence Forces wanted to access the other side of the river, they're in a bit of trouble at the moment because of the limitations that are there. So I'm sure it will require a strategic decision to replace that. Or, as I keep pointing out to our Water Corporation executives, they could make the decision that because they do so much work on that bridge through the dry season, I've suggested that maybe their work health and safety requirements might mean removing traffic while they're working on the bridge. So if they were to come up with a proposal to shut the traffic during working hours from 8 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon for 6 months of the year, it may stimulate a discussion about an alternative crossing, but that's being a bit facetious. We'd love to see it happen, but we don't want to wear the pain in all our other bits of infrastructure that are missing or in poor repair here. Which goes again to the point, one of our biggest problems in a remote region is the sustainability, and I know that's another committee based in Canberra, but the sustainability of local government. We have so many assets, such a small rate base, that we cannot sustainably maintain the assets that we've got, let alone fund and build the assets that we require to bring us up to a reasonable standard of assets across our region. So this local government sustainability issue is, again, not your responsibility, I know, but it is fundamental to the way we operate. So we can't generate the funds to maintain some of our old assets. With a good CEO in hand, we can advocate for new assets and put together a funding model that will sustain them into the future, but many of our roads and that are well and truly due on a significant amount of funding, which we're struggling to achieve the required levels.
If I can, David, I think I encourage you to tell us all this too, because the beauty of this is the Committee of Northern Australia, so it's not specific just to, say, infrastructure or health or anything. We'll capture everything.
So my CEO has done, and he can blow his own trumpet, but he's done a significant body of work on local government sustainability, both with the federal assistant grants funding models, which we don't think are fit for purpose, and the State Grants Commission, which then apply a whole lot of mathematical and not even mathematical, subjective and objective criteria to the federal assistance grants, which we think we find it hard to believe where some local governments can be banking tens of millions of dollars of surpluses in the year, and they would typically be a metropolitan type council or city with large ratepayer base, whereas I would suggest across the north of Australia, across the 3 jurisdictions, you would find many local governments that don't generate enough funds to sustainably maintain the assets they have, let alone consider improving the livability of the populations they're responsible for.
I'd encourage you to share that. Share that, Ben. Yeah, absolutely.
Senator Searle, I can put a couple of numbers around that if it helps. Just on our road network at this point in time, we have what's known as a renewal gap. So renewals that we haven't done on our road network of approximately $50 million, which represents possibly about 1/3 of our road network.
Okay.
So our road network is with the new transport methodology, running quads as opposed to 50 years ago where axle loading was a hang of a lot less.
That's right.
Our roads aren't fit for purpose, and for us to be able to find $50 million to upgrade, it's an impossible task for us.
So, Vernon, for the purposes of Hansard, and we're talking about coming out of Ridges Mine up to the port.
Yeah.
We're talking the Great Northern Highway.
Yes, so that would be a main roads road, but they will go on local roads as they go through the port in Wyndham.
Okay, right.
And on those local roads, there are issues that we just don't have the funding to be able to address.
Good. Sorry, I'm glad you differentiated on that.
Senator, just for clarity, we have Boab Metals preparing their smaller mine site out the Weaver Plain Road at the moment, and I think the initial proposals may only be in the order of 100,000 tonnes plus of freight per year in the first year or two, but that will be on local government roads to access Highway number 1 ultimately once they get into town here. So although there's some funding models there that, unfortunately another hit on new businesses trying to establish, but there will be a charge the local government will make to them on their haulage campaign to help maintain some of the roads that they will be utilising or to improve them. But it still leaves us with a large deficit on our local government road network.
Right, absolutely. Yeah. So, Vernon, is there any other you wish to share as examples?
Just a fair comparison in Western Australia. If you look at our average rate per rateable property up here in the Kimberley, it's around about $4,000 a year. In the Metro of Perth, it's about $1,600. So our ratepayers pay a lot more up here for what they get. The renewal burden per ratepayer up here in the Kimberley is about $2,500 per rateable property. So that's what we need to get from ratepayers to look after our assets. Right. That equivalent figure down in the metros in Perth is around about $600. So we've got between 4 to 5 times the burden of looking after assets per rateable property than the metros have. And the funding mechanism that relates to roads that comes through the financial assistance grants, there's no recognition of ability to raise funds. So it works purely on what your asset base is, and funds are distributed on that basis. So where we don't generate surpluses on an annual basis, some of the metros generate significant surpluses, but where we will get a roads component of round about $2 million a year, some of the metros are getting 3 to 4 times that amount.
Yeah.
So we believe it's an equity argument more than anything else.
I think it's a fair argument, a more than fair argument, and not only that, the cost of doing business up here, which you've made very clear in your opening statement, Shire President. Before we start talking about the challenges of finding somewhere to house people.
Again, just to put some figures around that, with our capital works program at the moment, we're getting the quotes back where they itemise the quote as the cost of constructing their assets in Perth as opposed to here. So they add on a regional loading, and that regional loading can be anywhere between 70% and 100% more expensive to do business up here in the Kimberley.
Yeah, I can understand that. Sorry, Senator Smith, I cut in on you.
No, that's quite okay. Just staying with the reform idea around funding for local governments, how do you progress that? What is the mechanism through which that would be progressed, and how far have you been able to progress it thus?
Senator Smith, we've been in Canberra a number of times over the last 4 to 5 years where we've discussed it, and I have to say that the conversation has gone from we don't see a problem that needs to be fixed to maybe there is a problem that does need to be fixed. So there's certainly a recognition, I think, in Canberra that there is an issue that needs to be fixed. There's 2 aspects to it. On the federal legislation that governs financial assistance grants, there needs to be a little bit more flexibility. I don't believe that the quantum of funds need to be increased. I just think that the methodology of distribution needs to change. So I don't see that it's going to be a huge impost on the federal budget to correct this. It's if the methodology that allows the states a little bit more flexibility on how the funds are divided up between local governments, then I certainly believe that the problem can be substantially addressed.
So the flexibility is provided to the states, which then have some freedom around the allocation of those funds between local governments within that jurisdiction.
Yes, so at the moment the federal legislation, the financial assistance grants are divided into two sections, essentially. Your general purpose grant and your roads aspect.
Yep.
Your general purpose grant states that a minimum of 30% has to be paid based on population. So your big population areas will get a minimum amount of funding. We're suggesting that must maybe a bit of flexibility in that instead of 30%, make it a range of between 10 and 30%. That should be a fairly easy fix. That will give the states a bit more flexibility in distributing their funds. The road aspect has no minimum grant criteria attached to it, as I mentioned earlier. So the greater your infrastructure, the more funding you'll get. So a fairly wealthy metropolitan local government that's generating significant surpluses, that has got a big road network, will get far more funding than a regional or remote local government. And the metro will have a lot more ability to generate funds in order to look after that road network. So having some criteria around a minimum grant on the road side of things would be helpful as well. Some modelling that we did just internally on that is we found that if they allowed to take the minimum grant down to 10% and had a minimum grant criteria on the roads aspect, our local government would receive approximately $1.8 million additional funds without changing the pool of funds. So on that basis, we thought that was entirely reasonable.
Is your proposition one that's been socialised with other regional local governments across Western Australia?
Certainly across the Kimberley, but not. We haven't gone and advocated with other local governments across Australia on that aspect as yet.
In the same ballpark, in the same field.
Senators, if I could, and welcome, Chair. Thank you, and welcome to Kununurra.
No, thank you. Sorry for being late.
That's okay. I'm sure it was beyond your control.
Yes.
If I could, just to that point, it is hard to socialise this this proposal to rejig local government funding, because each angle you take generates enemies, let's call it. So with our...
That about GST distribution once upon a time as well. Oh, the enemies are still there, but we were able to secure an outcome.
Yeah, so I think at our local government state representative level, we're impacting on people's bank accounts. If we take the argument to the federal level and say, as my CEO has said, that it is not necessary to increase the quantum, then at a state level we're going to impact on the distribution, and some win and some lose. So that one doesn't fly too well locally. If we go to the federal level, I'm sure you've heard our national representative body talk about a 1% increase for all local governments. With hand on heart and a clear conscience, I just can't agree with that, because I think that ultimately this is taxpayers' money through the federal government that's being given out, and I can't see how you can justify 1% increase to everyone. There's some that need more than others. So, yeah, a tightrope. It needs to be a really... It's a policy decision that needs to be bipartisan, for want of a better word. Yeah.
Madam Chair, if I can just add one other aspect. I mentioned a little earlier is that the funding to local governments is an equity issue. And the current arrangements purport to be equitable, and they're certainly not. If you take local governments across different states, over here in WA, your average regional remote local government will get around about $800 per capita in financial assistance grants. If you go through to the Northern Territory, that drops quite significantly to about $250 per capita. If you go into New South Wales, regional remote local governments there get about $1,800 per capita out of financial assistance grants. And that's purely because of the way the grants are structured, the way they have to distribute it.
Population versus...
Yeah, so in Queensland, I have a member of staff that lives over in Cooktown, and his local government demographic is pretty much the same as ours over here in the Shire of Wyndham East Kimberley. We get about $4.5 million in financial assistance grants a year, and they get in excess of 12 million. Very, very similar population-wise, infrastructure-wise, all of that sort of thing. And so the equity certainly isn't there.
So so when you say that, Mr. Lawrence, when you were talking, so population versus need, which has been an issue for a long time, that local governments have been, trying to get successive governments to have a look at. But you were saying that situation, the population is still the same as, so if you were to compare apples with oranges, it's the same.
Yeah, so it's as I say, it's in the distribution methodology. So Queensland has a much bigger population than Western Australia, and because of the minimum grant criteria, the city of Brisbane will get a minimum grant. So there's a bigger pool of funds to be able to distribute to the regions. Okay. In WA, Perth doesn't have a huge population compared to a Sydney or a Melbourne or a Brisbane. So that pool of funds being available to distribute to the regions is a lot smaller. So that gives rise to the inequity.
But the need is...
The need is certainly, the needs are exactly the same. So the needs are there, but the funding mechanism to alleviate those needs is not.
But do you think when you look at the equalisation though, and if you look at the equity in that distribution, would you say that the need though in Western Australia, when you look at the region, is different from where Western Sydney or Cooktown is? Would you reckon that's on par or the same, or would the need be greater?
I think the need is greater mainly because our population is so much smaller and our ability to raise our own funds is significantly reduced. So the need in the regions is much more. If you've got a local government that's got population base of 200,000, you can raise funds and your grant distribution is significantly larger than your population base as ours is only 8,000 people. So very, very different in the equity basis. Yeah.
So what we heard, sorry, Chair, what we heard earlier on was that there are certain local government councils that are banking huge amounts of money while the regions are struggling to even meet their own budget requirements. Yeah. Sorry, just for that.
Yeah. Thank you. Any further questions? Senator Smith?
Dysfunctional insurance market you mentioned in your opening remarks. Your submission does propose a pathway, and that's the RDA Kimberley Insurance report of last year, I think it is. How has the advocacy, well, we can ask the RDA this later in the week, but how has the four Kimberley Shires used its sort of Canberra-based connections to advocate for insurance market reforms?
I'm not I'm not convinced we've done that well yet. The key piece of work was getting that RDA work, and that's been a wonderful piece of work for the four shires here in the Kimberley, and probably reflects some commonality again across northern Australia, if not wider. So again, probably haven't got to the level of advocacy that we would like, but again, trying to identify which of the pathways for advocacy that might make a difference is quite difficult as well. And I think this is one of those pathways that if we can't make conditions here, if the livability is not good enough, all our employees will be based somewhere else, and we'll just fly people in, which we do more and more of because housing is so impossibly difficult to find and afford or construct. So yeah, we as a local government, we've got to focus on the livability side and advocacy for anything that might improve that.
No, I'm
Senator
sorry.
Still?
I'm not fine, thanks, Chair. Yep.
No, it's been quite exhaustive actually, and we did touch on emerging industries as well. And what we have heard, Chair, there's the opportunity here in Kununurra particularly, before we get down further down the valley in central Kimberley, that if we could encourage government agencies to do their work in a fair amount of time rather than keep stretching out, what we have, and correct me, please jump in, Shire President or CEO, we have land that is here. If we could get the work done quicker, not the 9 or 10 years it's taken so far. We have people that are very keen to work that land. The add-on or flow-on effect that it could bring to other industries here in the Kimberley, but particularly around the cotton and corn and food production, and fertiliser coming in, and getting across to the port, make sure that the first port of entry stuff, if we could increase that, or not increase it, get it here quicker, then all of a sudden this part of the world will start, shall I say, rolling around and enjoying some of the Commonwealth within the Commonwealth.
So,
Is that a way of putting it?
Yes.
Something like that.
and I do apologise for being late. So what have been some of the impediments, either Mr Menzel or Mr Lawrence? You talk about the emerging industries, Senator Stirl. So are there impediments in terms of land? So if we talk about emerging industries and other opportunities, are there impediments to land release or opportunities to do that?
Thanks, Chair. I think there's it takes a extremely high level of resilience to battle your way through the challenges here. And that might be the build-up prior to the wet season, or it might be enjoying working with all our decision makers through the dry season. I'm not sure which one's worse.
I've lived and worked in rural for a long time, Mr Benzel, so, you know, those challenges wouldn't be surprising, but if you want to articulate, you know...
Yeah. So could I maybe, I've got probably the easiest or the quickest way, I've got some key messages here. A lot of what we've got is not funding gaps, it's coordination problems. You know, just
Is that with governments and...
key decision makers, I guess,
Okay.
and as a nation as a whole, as to what do we want the North or the Kimberley to look like, and I'm primarily concerned with the Kimberley until we start talking Northern Australia, and then I think we have another level of commonality across that. We don't know, so as we spoke earlier, we don't know whether, with the release of the water study for the Fitzroy Valley, we're not sure whether we want the Kimberley to be a national park or whether we want it to generate economic wealth.
Okay.
So, you know, fundamental philosophical problem that makes it so difficult to get alignment. So as 4 shires of the Kimberley, when I'm representing them, we've got, you know, after many years of advocacy, we managed to get the Tanami listed as a project that needs doing. So, you know, amazing what you can do if you have a clear goal in front of you. And you don't need a lot of government support when you have a clear goal and some clear pathways. But if I return to the key messages, as I realise we'll have other guests of presentations, local government is or can be and is a critical delivery partner because, but is under-recognised and absolutely under funded. Infrastructure in the north needs to precede industry often, and we build it and they will come is another great philosophical argument that we can spend a lot of time on. But the reality is there needs to be, again, the business case for the Tanami was you need to actually get a fit-for-purpose road there so you can shift animals, people, critical minerals, whatever it is. You need a road that de-risks. Most of the mining in Australia sits beside a bitumen road, and you've got that 900 kilometres of dirt road down there, which just about presents anything other than some people in the room who may have moved some gold out of there in the past. It's very limiting without having that basic foundational infrastructure. Workforce and housing have become our primary constraints, and we're struggling, in fairness to our Federal Housing Minister, the last time we were in the room with her, and she always makes time to see us as a Kimberley when we're there, so credit to her. But as we walked out of the room, we went through all the programs and said, I just can't see anything that fits the needs of the Kimberley. It was the most, one of the most refreshing, because it was honest, things that we heard in our last trip to Canberra. So workforce and housing. Insurance and resilience are emerging as economic risks, not just social issues. I believe friends in Broome that might be paying around $14,000 or $15,000 a year annually on rental in their private house. So, that takes a good wage to justify or to make that affordable. And the other one I made was that, with not over 90% of the Kimberley native title determined, First Nations participation is central to success in the Kimberley. It's not a peripheral or a value add. So our ask for the Commonwealth, if I could be so bold, is adopt more place-based Northern Australia delivery models so that we're actually engaging with the people and making the decisions based on the needs of the people, rather than something that, as I said earlier, may suit the southeast Rust Belt or the needs of those living down in the temperate southern climates. Funding infrastructure, enabling infrastructure ahead of demand. And I will give our state government some credit. The roadworks that are happening across the Kimberley is certainly building that Highway 1, and our State Treasurer has been very good at funding that program of work so that we can get, eventually we'll get the last of the one-way bridges on our nation's Highway 1 removed. I mean, it's taken a long time. I think Federation was quite a while ago, so we've been working on it for a while, but we will get rid of those one-way bridges. The reform to local government funding, as we mentioned and my CEO went into depth on, we do need some support in the Kimberley on a housing pipeline and workforce programs. The insurance market failure, if the place is not affordable or livable, well, we're really struggling. I've been involved with, so the next one was retain Kimberley-specific migration settings through the Dharma. So the Dharma, I've been an employer of lots of backpackers and overseas workers over 30 years. The Dharma was a clear pathway to actually build a workforce in our community, and that is being folded into a state Dharma, which for the life of me I don't get why we need a state Dharma. Obviously there's some fundamental problems with immigration and policies if we need yet another way of getting workers into the country. And I was working on the Northern Australia agenda when the NAIF was first proposed. So gosh, we had some dreams and aspirations back then until the bankers got involved and the risk people got involved. But NAIF can be a useful tool, but it's really targeted at too big a projects for us. So, some way of getting funding out, with less risk to the person requiring the funds. Yeah, a small loans program. So, sorry, that was a bit long, but that's probably the main points of what we see as helping us prepare for the future in the Kimberley.
Look, thank you, Mr. Menzel. Senator Smith, do you have anything further?
Just one briefly, if I may. Speaking to people around Kununurra in the last few days, when the housing issue has been raised, they also raise the issue of land availability for residential and business purposes. Can you give us the Shire's perspective on the issue of land availability?
I'll be happy for the CEO to make a start on that, and if there's something he can't say that he'd like me to, I'm happy to finish.
No, I'm happy to answer that. Senator Smith, we, as a local government, our local government area is 121,000 square kilometres, so it's a huge area. Land that we've got available to develop housing on is 5,000 square metres, and by November of this year that will be developed on, and we will have no further land in which, as a local government, we can address any housing issues. The housing that we need to attract people to stay in our Shire for the long term is rural residential type housing, not your medium density as you have in the metros. We have no land that's available to us to do that at this point in time. So if I had 200 1-hectare blocks to sell, I will sell those by Friday, and people will be building on them. There just is no land to develop, and so much so that when a block of rural residential land gets on the market, it doesn't even get advertised. It gets sold by word of mouth in town. So yes, we desperately need land available to develop.
Okay, 121,000 square kilometres.
Yep.
Of which only 5,000 square kilometres is available.
No, 5,000 square metres.
Square metres.
Half a hectare.
Yeah, that's right.
And
of course, that's right. But we walk out of this room, and many of us would have flown here. Yep. There's no shortage of physical land.
No shortage.
So what is the problem? So
the problem is...
perhaps for the committee, just explain how does land become available and what are the delays to the availability of land becoming available?
So most of the land is state-owned, and land that the Shire controls is reserve land, which has got a purpose. So if the purpose is not for development, if it's for recreation or tourism or the like, we can't develop it for housing. So access to land that's suitable for housing, that's zoned correctly, there is no land available to the Shire on a freehold basis within a reasonable commuting distance of town, and so the process, there is legislation where we can request from the state land to be made available. We're not quite sure on the mechanism they use for pricing, but generally speaking is that the statewide the state policies around the development of land tend to be metrocentric, so land can be made available for medium density, not necessarily rural residential. So we haven't been able to succeed in advocating for rural residential land. At the moment, we're going through a land planning strategy process where we've tried to identify some land in that process. So we hopefully that'll lead to some opportunities down the line. But at the moment, there is no land available for us.
Of course, no, after you, Chair. Yeah.
No, I'll go after you.
Okay, yeah. So would you characterise this issue as the most urgent issue when we think about emerging industries? If there's no place for a new business, growing business, emerging industry to physically base themselves in and around Kununurra. That's a very, very, well, that is surely the most significant impediment.
It is. We don't have any industrial land around Kununurra that's suitable for emerging businesses.
But you could have.
We could have.
If the WA state government was responsive in responding to, it sounds like you might be going through a shire planning process.
Yep.
So when that's done, you would hope that the West Australian government is super responsive in making land available, because it's such a, how can you get additional workforce if there are no housing, and there are no housing because there's no land available?
Yeah, it gets that's part of it. There's also other complications in the infrastructure side of things, and access to sewage and water.
WA has been receiving billions of dollars in additional GST revenues. If I was to drive around Kununurra, what could I look at? What could I point to demonstrate that those GST windfalls that Western Australia is receiving are reaching residents and businesses in Kununurra? What would you point me to?
So the train line doesn't stretch this far.
The GST train line doesn't stretch this far.
So we have
the GST rainbow, pot of gold at the end of it, doesn't stretch to Kununurra.
We don't particularly see that benefit from it, no. And to go on, we have a significant concern about our wastewater treatment plant, both in our two towns in our shire, so Kununurra and Wyndham, and its capacity to deal with any growth. So we have some land with our state agency that hasn't got buildings on it, and they're trying to get buildings on it, but we're very unclear, but making inquiries as to what the true constraint is with regard to wastewater treatment, the capacities. So there's these infrastructure constraints. We have extraordinarily high electricity costs here. It goes to the fact that we are the beneficiaries of a hydro plant. We've been renewable, but 95%, 96% renewable in our shire on electricity through our hydro plant for, I think it would be around 1996. So we've had 30 years of hydro here. I would argue, other than feeling good about it, that it's potentially taken business out of the town because it's such a free and easy electricity source. It's taken businesses out of the town with regard to if it was any other form, as in diesel or anything, but we don't see the benefit because we sit inside state-based tariffs. So again, that's we pay the extra for where we're a long way from civilisation, but we don't always get the local benefits from our comparative advantage, which is a hydro station down or upstream of us. So there's all these factors that play into the difficulties of maintaining a high level of livability in our shire.
I may have overlooked it, but I didn't see anything in your submission that addressed the land availability issue, but perhaps on notice you could provide us some more additional information about perhaps what are those state-based processes that need to be gone through in order to make land available. Yep.
For the purposes of that, Senator Smith, if you're asking two witnesses to provide further information, can you just frame that so that we can then...
Yes, so if you could provide some additional information to the committee on the state-based process, the West Australian state-based process that is necessary to go through to make land available across your shire. What might be the impediments to the West Australian state government approving release of additional land for residential housing and business/industrial purposes, and perhaps provide us with some information about the Shire's planning process in advance of that WA state regulatory process.
Thank you, Senator Smith. We'll ensure the CEO does that for me.
Can I just add to that, as well as the Western Australia State Government, just what work is being done between the Western Australia State Government and your peak body, so the Western Australia Local Government, so WOLGA. So it was, I had asked a previous question about some impediments and challenges to land and land release. So if we can, so your peak body or your peak organisation would be, what role is played there, you know, with the WA state government in terms of planning for infrastructure, servicing of those lots, if there is land availability, what's the outcome of that? If that could be provided, Mr. Bensel, I'm not asking you to say it now, but if you're willing to take that on notice, that would be. Yes. That would be good. Mr. Lawrence, is that okay to take on, Lawrence?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm very happy to take that on notice
thank you.
And address that, yeah.
All right. If there's nothing further from... Oh, sorry,
No,
Senator Still?
No, I just said beauty. That's right, Chair.
Senator Smith?
All good, thank you, Chair. Yeah.
If there's nothing further, thank you for your evidence today, and I'm sorry that I did miss a lot of it, but came in at the right end with the about, you know, population versus need. The committee has agreed that any responses to questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks. We will, of course, the committee secretariat will write to you, just outlining what Senator Smith had asked, and then the addition to that. If you could respond back to the committee within 2 weeks of receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript, and I thank you for giving your evidence today.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Great, thanks so much.
Might just grab.
Yep. Okay.
Suspend for a minute, Chair.
Yeah, I might just suspend for a minute.
Welcome.
Oh, thank you. we may start. So I now welcome Tony Chafer from Cambridge Golf in person. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you, and you've probably appeared before the committee before. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Anthony Chafer, CEO Cambridge Golf Limited.
Okay, I now invite you to make a short opening statement. At the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite either member of the committee to ask questions.
Sure.
So, Mr Chafer.
Okay, well, Cambridge Golf Limited, we've actually got quite a broad remit across Northern Australia. So we're a local Kununurra company, or East Kimberley company. We lease and operate the Port of Wyndham. We have a fuel import terminal, one of the very few independent fuel import terminals left in the country. We also have a hotel that we're just building over there, the Cambridge. It's coming along nicely, but be very happy when that's finished. And outside of the East Kimberley, we have a joint venture in Gove with the Ritchinghu Aboriginal Corporation there that's been going for about 13 years or so. We import 50 million litres of diesel a year into Gove. And another 3 years doing that contract until the mining stops. And we also have a joint venture with Nala Services, an Indigenous business in Weipa, where we distribute about 100 million litres of fuel a year around the Rio Tinto mine sites and other third parties. And we have an interest in expanding into similar arrangements in the West Kimberley, and also down as far south as Esperance and some other North Queensland spots, and also into South Australia. And those developments have come along quite nicely. So today I'm also the Deputy Shire President, so I can also talk about some issues that the Shire faces. And I also act as a Director of Galganium Trust, who are the traditional owners of the Argyle Diamond Mine, which is just going through the final stages of closure. And I also sit on the board of the East Kimberley Chamber of Commerce and Industry as well.
What do you do in your spare time?
I like to go fishing.
Okay, thank you, Mr Chafer. And I now ask committee members if they've got any questions. Senator Sterle.
Yeah, look, Tony, thank you very much for the time, your time, and Jill over at the port. That was a very informative tour. It was great to see how that's been operating, because we all see Wyndham, we all see the port, but we don't know what goes on.
Yep. So
thank you very much for that. Look, I do, and we're talking about emerging industries and that sort of stuff through the Kimberley, and I didn't realise Cambridge had such a huge footprint across the top of Australia, and I'm very keen to hear what you're doing down the West Kimberley, maybe at a later time, or it may be part of this hearing too, if you're able to talk to it. But let me just put this to you, as someone who has haunted the Kimberley for 2/3 of my life. How the heck do you have fuel $1 a litre cheaper at your facility than your competitors in town? Because I'm going to do a post on my Instagram that goes to 12,000 truck drivers.
Yeah.
Because I am absolutely wrapped in what you're doing here.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, I guess all of our shareholders, I'll start by saying all of our shareholders either live or have lived in East Kimberley, and are very community oriented. So a lot of what we actually do from a business perspective isn't just about making money for our shareholders, it's about delivering good outcomes for the communities we work in. That's why we like to do the things we do in Gove and Weipa and other areas with Indigenous business and Indigenous corporations, because we see that's the best way of closing the gap, is to get Indigenous business up and running and get Indigenous people into employment.
Yep.
And it's no different here in our community in Kununurra. So or in the East Kimberley, I should say. So we were able to purchase some fuel quite cheaply before the issue occurred in the Middle East. And we took the opportunity, rather than to put our prices up, to actually provide our community with the benefit of that cheap fuel. A lot of our community live below the poverty line, and we didn't think it would be fair for a company like ours to profit off that based on the fact that we did have cheap fuel in our terminal. So we passed that benefit on to the community.
Congratulations. And you may have said this is just huge. But you may have missed earlier on how we were talking up and you've been part of this too with your other hat on as the Deputy Shire President, the 4 Kimberley Shires, the work, I've said 2 years because time flies when you're having fun, particularly in this job. For the last 4 or 5 years as the Shire President pulled me up and corrected me, how you've worked closely coming into Canberra and representing a 1 Kimberley position, which has been absolutely magnificent. And of course, part of that was the hard work that you guys collectively did with the RDAs to bring back, convince the government to bring back the first point of entry. We have a long way to go. And we thank you for all you ran through with us yesterday. We absolutely understand up the front here that if we can get that going even quicker, it would be even better. So this year's harvest for the cotton, the growers can enjoy some of that, some of those gains. But did we hear you correctly when we said that there's a $14 million, and the state government's put a lot of money in, and the feds have ticked off on the process? But did we hear you correctly when DAF said as part of the infrastructure there that this is for the DAF officers that come onto your port, and we know there's been 120 odd ship movements, so they're there regularly but not every day, that they needed 6 showers and a gym? Did we hear that right? Or were you just playing with us?
No. Look, that's certainly in the design. That's a standard design, I guess, for a DAF facility. Now, we've managed to reduce the requirements. When I say we, working through the Kimberley Ports Authority, have managed to reduce the requirements to a more manageable level. I think the issue is they have one standard design for a facility, no matter where it is. So the same facility in the Melbourne port should apply in the country. And we say, look, it doesn't have to be the same. You know, we don't need kennels for dogs. We don't need gymnasiums for DAF employees. We just need somewhere where they can do their paperwork at the end of the day, have a shower and go to the bathroom.
And that's been accepted as all part of the design so we can get moving?
Yeah, now we're trying to reduce, still trying to reduce the level of requirements still within the office area there because, look, it's simply not needed. I mean, we managed to build an office in that nice big office and workshop that I showed you over there. Yeah. We built that about 6 or 7 years ago ourselves for a little over $2 million. Right. And so we don't think we need an office for DAF employees to use valued at $5 million within the port area. We can do something a lot more affordable and a lot more appropriate. So we'll just keep working with the Kimberley Ports Authority to try and make sure that the budget is spent on the actual things that are needed for biosecurity protection purposes.
Brilliant. So we can put that one to bed. That's all finished because, as we know, everyone up here in the north of Australia knows that what you get for $14 million in Perth or Melbourne, you will get nothing near that in this part of the world because of the cost. So that's great. So what do we need to do? Oh, sorry, Chair. No.
Senator
Steele.
No, you're right.
So what do we need to do?
Well, look, obviously we need to get that infrastructure in as quickly as we possibly can, and we've got a very good proactive landlord in the Kimberley Ports Authority who are working to push that timeline along and get the tenders out as quickly as possible, get as much local business involved as we possibly can for 2 reasons: to keep the costs down and also to deliver a far quicker project because those guys are already here, they're capable of doing most of the work. So, yeah, we need to get that done as quickly as we can, but I guess the big issue we've got facing us is we're not going to have it done in time for the 2026 harvest. And that was never going to be the case, but we were hoping to use the non-FPOE process for the 2026 harvest, but we don't think we're going to have sufficient infrastructure in place for us to put our hands on our heart and say that we can deal with any biosecurity threat. So we are working with the state government to see if we can get some sort of freight equalisation subsidy in place. At the moment, the containers need to go to the Darwin port to get cleared before they come to us, and that adds about $600 US per container to the cost of exporting a container from here. So we're asking the state if they can perhaps take care of that additional cost for us. It's a cost of, it's only 850 containers at most for the year, so it's a cost of about $750,000 Australian. And the big driver for that is if the exporters or marketers, who aren't local East Kimberley people, these are people that buy cotton and ship it all around the world, so they've got no interest in the East Kimberley. Yeah. If they can find a cheaper option, say the Darwin port, and they start a logistics arrangement there. Being involved in logistics yourself, you'll understand it's very difficult to unwind that in future years. So it'll be a very sad outcome if we lose an East Kimberley trade because the Darwin port, for other reasons, decides to offer more competitive rates. And perhaps those other reasons, I'll explain them. This is my opinion only, but I believe that the Darwin port is offering very unsustainable rates to go through that port to build up the trade because they're very aware that the Commonwealth is going to cancel their lease and you'll get more compensation.
That's breaking news because Marion and I haven't been told that yet.
You'll get more compensation if you have more trade going through the port. So I suspect that that's the aim of the Darwin port. So in order to compete with that, we need to compete on a fair playing field. So we need to take that cost of actually clearing those containers at another port out of the equation so we can offer the marketers the best price through Wyndham.
But the problem's bigger than that, Tony, I think, which you and your people made clear yesterday when you presented to us, that not only the $600 extra cost for each container going through Darwin Port, but then there was a knock-on effect that would affect the gin here, because did you mention something about the Catherine gin?
Yes,
part of that Darwin Port?
So the Catherine gin is trying to convince some of the growers here to actually send their
product? Yep.
Modules up to Catherine for ginning. The Catherine gin, as I understand it, part of me is facing some real troubles this year because it's dryland cotton. So unlike our irrigated cotton, they're never quite sure what sort of yield they're going to get. And so I believe the yields typically have been quite low. But this year they've been subjected to a very big flood up there as well. And I think a lot of their cotton's drowned. And also because the yields or the returns for growers last year was so bad, a lot of them have returned to their normal crops. So there's not so much cotton. I'm hearing maybe only 10,000 barrels worth of production. That's not going to keep that gin going. It's a privately owned gin, so I guess the person that owns that can afford to heavily discount to try and attract a few more modules of cotton through so he can enable the gin to survive for another year and until hopefully all of the trade is directed through the Northern Territory if we're not careful.
So my last one, coming back to, as you'd said, for the cost of the freighting through the Darwin Port of about $750,000. Yeah. In normal layman's terms, that's a lot of money, but in the size of the problem that can be resolved to keep the circle moving here in Kununurra, it's a drop in the ocean, isn't it?
It is. And look, the other thing I'd add to it, we went through...
Not to the growers.
No,
to government. To
the government. We've been through quite a decline in trade through the port. We're actually quite... but people in Canberra don't typically understand that Wyndham has a port for a start and how busy it can be. So in the last 15 years, 3 years out of those last 15, we've become very close to our trade in Darwin in terms of tonnage in and out.
Really?
So the port can get quite busy, but the last few years have been very quiet because the Australian nickel industry died. Yep. So we lost nickel. We used to export crude oil out of Wyndham, but that came from the West Kimberley. And when the Fitzroy Bridge went down, we had 2 years without, any wet season crude coming over, so they just couldn't afford to stay in business. So we've lost a fair bit of trade, and we're just going through a rebuild process, and we're just getting our team back together, or new team members, and the importance of that is 70 to 80% of our employees in Wyndham at the port are Indigenous. So I don't think any private industry would have that kind of record, and I'm talking from foreman right down to every trade. Yep. We've got one of our bulldozer drivers on the barges over there is a young Indigenous lady, a very good bulldozer operator, and so we take great pride in that, and in the fact that not only have we offered those jobs, but we've taken many of our people that we've employed have been from a very low skill base, and now we have them operating cranes on ships, we have them driving our pilot boat, we have them driving heavy machinery, and we have them in charge of gangs. So it's a really good story, and the last thing we need to do in this rebuild process is to lose the trade.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. No,
what was that percentage again?
70 to 80.
70 to 80%. Yeah. That's great. Okay, Senator Smith?
Yes, I do.
Yep.
Just with your Deputy Shire President hat on, Can you talk to us or share with us some details about the issues around land availability across the Shire and how those issues might be able to be resolved, but also the consequences of, poor land availability on the development of the Shire?
Sure. Well, maybe I'll touch on firstly the land that is available that hasn't been developed, because there's plenty of it. So I took the people that were in my car yesterday as we drove down the main residential street of Wyndham, saw a lot of empty, vacant housing blocks there. So, and this I believe will go a long way to solving a significant part of the housing crisis in country WA and probably country everywhere in Australia.
Tony? Sorry, are they serviced?
Fully serviced.
Fully serviced.
Fully serviced. Had houses on them. So we have state government agencies that are in charge of housing. They get, say, a government or a Homes West house that they maintain to a certain level. Then the standards change, and the house that they have there no longer meets those requirements. So their approach is then to knock that house down and build another house. And that whole process costs them about $1 million. So we had a discussion with that when we had the state budget released here last year, and we said, look, that's a crazy approach. What you need to do with those houses that might not meet your standard, but a young couple in this town that really wants to get into the real estate market will buy that house tomorrow. So rather than knocking them down, you've got all these other vacant blocks that are fully serviced. Offer that onto the market. You'll save yourself immediately $100,000 from not having to demolish a house. You'll get probably $400,000 for the house. So you're going to be $500,000 in front. So instead of building 10 houses for $10 million, you can build 20. So you can double the bang for your buck, and you can also introduce people that can't afford to get into the real estate market to buy $1 million house, to buy a very, very affordable old fixer-upper house that they'd be happy to put some time and energy into. And I would suggest that you've got lots of state agencies around the country that are doing exactly the same. And if the government took a bit of an interest in getting some stats in it, I think certainly in remote regional towns you could go a long way to relieving some of the housing issues. So that's one issue. I guess the other issue we have, I think the Shire President and CEO mentioned that the Water Corporation of Western Australia obviously control the wastewater treatment works, the sewage systems and the water supplies, and that they can either be a constraint or an enabler of housing development. Now they've just told us we've got a subdivision, I think, of just under 30 blocks in Kununurra ready to go. All the service is laid in the ground. They don't have a sewage pump station. So our minister said, look, we'll give the $8 million to build that. That's going in the budget to build that sewage station. So that would have brought those blocks on immediately. The Water Corporation came out and said, well, actually, our wastewater treatment plants are over their designed limitations. So we can't have any more properties connect to the wastewater treatment works in Kununurra or Wyndham. Now, I'm very familiar with the way they measure that because I used to work in an agency many, many years ago, and I got onto their licensing site and had a look, and both of those sites are running at about 70% of their design capacity. So there's plenty of capacity there. I don't know why they're not saying that and allowing us to actually connect these properties to the sewer so we can actually allow them to be developed. Really don't know.
Meet the 100% instead of the 70%.
Yep.
Senator Smith.
I wanted to ask about. So let's fast forward to the present, the here and now. What lessons have you learnt as a result of the current Middle East conflict? What does the fuel security situation look for residents and businesses across the Kimberley? And is there anything about the business structure, operating structure of Cambridge Gulf that has better prepared you and the region for this current Middle East conflict?
Sure. Well, I guess the one thing that I've learned is uncertainty is probably the word. Every time you think you're taking a step forward, you get a step backwards. But for us, the issue is about price, not security. So we have a long standing arrangement with one of the biggest suppliers bringing fuel into the country, and they've been very, very clear to us that there are no issues. There are no issues with fuel security. We only ever book 2 ships in advance. So we've got a ship coming in on Thursday, and the next ship we have booked is at the end of May. And those dates are set in concrete. That's for here and for Gove. We do both sites. We have tentative ships booked for June. As of next week, we will then firm those ships up for June, because that's the way we operate. And we also have other supplies, other vessels coming into the Australian waters that we can bring into Wyndham if we wanted to get a top up without issue.
Well, there you go.
Without issue.
Yep.
I wish there was something. Actually, I should check my phone, but just have a.
You're waiting for an announcement, aren't
I'm
you?
waiting for an announcement.
That we weren't invited to.
But it will. I'm told it will come today. And,
At Wyndham, or
and when it does come today, but it's going to further enhance the security of fuel in the East Kimberley.
okay.
And but I will let you know as soon as it's out. But what I can tell you now is we've got a facility there with 18 million litres of storage, and we use about 6 million litres of it. That's all we need, because we get a monthly shipment.
6 million litres a month you use?
6 million litres of the storage. So most times we've only got about 6, might go up to about 8, but mainly about 6 million litres in there at any one time. We're working on a strategy to...
That's for storage.
For storage, yeah.
Yep.
We're working on a strategy to fill that fuel farm up very quickly. We don't have the financial capacity to go and buy a cargo that big right now ourselves, and we would not want to wear the risk of buying a cargo that big right now ourselves, because when the market falls, we'll be sitting on a whole bunch of fuel that is unaffordable for anyone. So we're working on a strategy, is all I can say, to actually address that, and I'm hoping we'll have an announcement on that very soon.
I think it's been made.
Has it?
Yep, but I'll let you resort to your phone. Resort to
Well,
your
you
phone.
should say
It's,
it, Senator
a deal
Smith.
between
What's
the
it?
WA government and Cambridge Gulf, I think, to utilise
nice.
that excess storage capability,
Yes.
and that will provide fuel security for residents and businesses across certainly the East Kimberley.
Yeah.
But is it true to say across the...
Much broader than that, yeah. So I'm very pleased about that. So what I can say, now that the announcement's out, we've got another ship coming in at the end of April with 4 million litres on it. So we were able to organise that on short notice. So I'm very, very excited about that.
Is that for both Western Australia and also Gove? Did you say?
Gove is fine, because Gove has got the fuel going into Gove. There's sufficient fuel going into there regularly enough to keep, because they don't have a broader market. You know, they're constrained by the road access. And unfortunately, they've got a massive amount of storage there. We try to, we worked with the company 11 years ago to try and get them to utilise some of that storage for diesel, and they wouldn't have a problem. They've got 220 million litres of storage sitting empty there. So anyway, that's another story.
So the principle here is that where there is excess storage capability, the state government has decided to acquire fuel, in this case diesel,
Yep.
and store it in that excess capacity,
Yes.
physical capacity.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right.
And what we're facilitating through that process, we've already transported fuel as far south as Geraldton, because some of the smaller independents don't have access to a reasonable allotment. So we've got a mine down that way, a gold mine that in the Midwest that we're keeping going with fuel out of Wyndham, and we've got some customers in Geraldton that happy to send road trains up to us.
So the media announcement says that the diesel will be owned by the state government.
Yes.
Are you charging the state government a fee for the storage?
$0. So we've made the storage available for them. All we insist is that they pay for the cost of the oil and the cost of actually bringing it up and putting it into the tanks. But we'll charge them a terminal throughput charge when we remove the oil. That's 2.1 cents a litre. That's the cost of operating the terminal. So it's no margins or profit built into that. So we've offered it up for free. But we will help facilitate and move that fuel for them to areas that need it in the state.
Is there anything about your ownership structure or your business model that allows you to sort of facilitate that sort of arrangement with the state government, which may inhibit others from doing the same with different business structure?
Well, we're as I said, we're a public unlisted company. We've got, say, 68 shareholders. All of them either live or have lived in the East Kimberley. We've got a community. All of our businesses need to meet a community need. Even our hotel, we're building that because there's not enough accommodation here. So we strive to do what we can for our community, and our board of directors are very happy to give us the largesse to move very, very quickly. So we can make a decision in a matter of minutes, whereas other companies might have to go through a whole process. And I'll give you an example of that. We had crude oil being exported out of Wyndham from Buru Energy, and this is in the very old days of the Broome Port, before the Kimberley Port Authority. They were in negotiations with Broome for 2 years to try and get their crude exported out of there, and someone mentioned Wyndham, and they said, don't be crazy. So I took a phone call and I said, look, come up when you can, and they said, we've got a plane right now, we'll be there, right now. So they come up, showed them our terminal, and within 1 hour we had an agreement for them to store crude oil in our terminal, and within 5 months they were exporting crude out of Wyndham. So we can do things very quickly.
We should put you in biodiversity. That department might get things moving, eh? Oops.
Do you have any questions, Senator Stewart?
No, I'm just texting the Premier to say what a great job, well done.
He's done
Caught me out, Chair.
He's done a wonderful job.
It's a great announcement.
It is, and I'm glad it came up as I'm sitting here, because I wasn't able to say anything yesterday.
I feel like I was invited.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, you broke it.
Satisfied.
Because now, actually, one of the other things I'd like to say about housing. So we've got a fantastic mine about to be developed here. That's Bowen Metals lead and silver mine. It is 35 minutes from Kununurra. So it's one of those great community building opportunities where you can have every person that works in that mine can live in town rather than having a FIFO arrangement. And that's exactly what they want to do. They are going to be challenged with finding accommodation for all of those people. It's going to be a real challenge. So there's going to have to be some kind of FIFO arrangement until we can get the accommodation here in town. Now, we will be fortunate that we have lots of our East Kimberley residents have actually moved out of town when the Argyle Diamond mine closed to go, and the nickel mine closed, to find mining work elsewhere, and I'm sure that some of those people will come back to work in their community and take advantage of getting mining wages and being home every night for dinner.
So you were saying, though, there's, through the chair, if Senator, in terms of that land availability, so between 70 and 80% of land is available in Kununurra. Is that right? I don't want to misquote. I just trying to get that clarity.
Yeah. So there are a lot of vacant housing blocks available in Kununurra.
So vacant housing blocks,
yeah,
but not
not the land to develop more.
But if that was the case, that you could build, so if you had capacity for 70 to 80%, the government could develop those lots, and then that would help reduce the FIFO.
Yeah. So I mean, so essentially, what the state government's done in many towns through country WA is rather than building houses for their employees, which always used to be the case, they're now using the real estate market. So they're using private investors to build houses. So houses that would normally be available for other people to rent are now being rented by government agencies. So what we'd like to see turned around is for the government to go back to the position where they're building their own houses for their own employees and leave the real estate market for private industry and I guess residents of the Kimberley.
Senator Smith or Senator Sterle?
No, we were very intense. A couple of hours yesterday, which was fantastic.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed that. But both you and Senator Smith will do a great report, no doubt, to the committee.
Alan will.
If I can just add one more thing about access, I guess it is improving, but this year again we were cut off from both ends. You know, we were cut off from the north and cut off from the south. Yeah, so we've still got a lot more work to do in that space.
Where was it cut off coming into Kununurra?
It was cut off
that
down
side of
south of Fitzroy, I believe.
Fitzroy,
was
okay.
cut off, and obviously Catherine was cut off as well. I believe we were down to 1 day's jet storage in the East Kimberley. But they were able to get some, I believe, get some jet up from. We don't trade in jet; we just trade in diesel. They were able to get some jet up from south. They normally get it from Darwin, but if we'd have gone completely through that 1 day stock, then we would have had no flights in here either.
Okay.
When we think about road networks and the vulnerability of the single road across the Kimberley, is the answer about improving the strength and resistance of the existing road, or is the answer in identifying alternative routes, that if the main route is taken out, the alternative route is utilised, meaning perhaps that the alternative route may not be built to the same standard as the major route?
Bit of both really, yeah. So the alternative route that we were working on very hard for the 4 Shires was the Tanami Road.
Yeah.
So when the Tanami Road's completely sealed, we're actually, Kununurra's closer to Adelaide by road than it is to Perth when the Tanami's open. So that would make a significant difference for us. We've got some biosecurity issues to overcome. Obviously, we're very strict on biosecurity, particularly in the East Kimberley, but there's ways of getting around that with Coles or Coles actually, we don't have Woolworths, in the way they do their warehousing and making sure that what comes into here via another route other than Perth is actually is already cleared in Adelaide before it leaves.
No, that shouldn't be hard. No, that shouldn't be. Can I ask a question with your wharf hat on, if I can, please, Tony? Now, the mining mobs have been making a little bit of noise in Canberra around the mines south of Halls Creek, you know, the essential mineral stuff. And I'm not as close to the mining industry as maybe Senator Smith is. But they were talking, and that's not, I'm not being rude.
Okay.
I just blew with them when I was the Shadow Minister for Transport, road safety. But they'll be making a fair bit of noise around the road is important. That's the Tanami are they talking about, or are they talking about the Great Northern as well?
No, that's the Tanami.
Just the Tanami, okay.
Yeah. I mean, the great thing about when you build an arterial road like the Tanami is all of those mines that were just a thought in someone's mind become a reality, because then they can get access, not just for the mining industry, but the cattle stations along there as well.
Yeah,
many of them Indigenous owned.
Yep.
They've all of a sudden got 365 days access to an export port.
Yep.
And it makes a big difference to whether they're viable or just a dream.
Now, you were talking earlier on about the mine you were talking about, the new one coming on stream. That's the one next to Ridges?
No. This is in the Ord irrigation area actually. So it's just before the Northern Territory border. So if you go out along into stage 2, into past the Hoochery and into the stage 2 area, just before you get to the Northern Territory border.
On the Keep River, near Keep River.
Near the Keep River, yeah. And we've got another mine that has major project status, the Taiwan's fluorite mine, which is coming along very nicely as well. That's about 140 k's south of here, or 140 k's south of Wyndham as well. And we're really looking forward to that project coming on stream. That's going to be another great employment opportunity for people in the East Kimberley.
Oh, wonderful.
And that's actually supported by Sumitomo, one of the largest trading companies in the world. And they are so excited about that project that their CEO and CFO actually came to the East Kimberley. I drove them across to Wyndham and showed them Wyndham. And they were actually really surprised by the vast amount of land, undeveloped land we have here, compared obviously to Japan.
Oh, that is exciting. Sorry. I'm fine, thanks, Chair, because I just want to see it all come to fruition.
Senator Smith?
Well, that is emerging industry.
I'm good. Yep.
You're good?
Roads, yes.
So you've done that?
I'm just rapping about your fuel, mate. You realise what you've done up here. Good on you. Shame the rest of Australia hadn't followed you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr Chafer, for your evidence today. And if the committee's agreed to responses to any questions on notice, and I don't think either Senator Smith or Stirl asked for any questions on notice, should they have done that, you would have been provided within, well, if that answer could come back to the committee within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. But thank you for your evidence today, and I'm just sorry that I didn't get to go to the port yesterday.
Yeah, it was a real eye-opener. It really was. It was great.
But like I said, these two blokes can do the report, and hopefully it's they'll do justice to what they saw.
I'm sure they will.
We'll get another opportunity, no doubt.
Now, we're having dinner with my Ridachungu crew down at the Cambridge tonight. If you guys are around, if you want to come and catch up with
Yeah, I said to them I'll try and catch up and see where you're meeting. They were all they're all keen to be here, so it'd be good to catch up with them.
Yeah.
With yourself after.
That's where we'll be tonight anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Tony. Good on
Is
you.
that where we're staying? Well, we're staying there, so we might, I don't know. So this hotel, Cambridge? We shall suspend for lunch. Matthew Watts. Sorry, are we ready? Mr. Matthew Watts, who's a representative from the Kimberley Jobs Pathway. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege has been provided and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the committee has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity which you appear today?
Full name is Matthew James Watts. I'm the Senior Manager of Employment Services for Job Pathways.
I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite either Senator Sterle and Senator Smith to ask you questions.
Well, thank you for the invite. This is, as I said, just been on personal leave, so but Monique's given me a good understanding of what we're all about here. The things, I suppose, that you've heard everywhere you go, especially across the Kimberley, is the housing and infrastructure that's available. I'm only talking on behalf of employment services or pathways from people that are long-term unemployed through to employment and stuff like that. So one thing, I do want to mention is the housing and the infrastructure availability. I was telling Monique, because we've got a new CEO starting on Monday, I've had to make way for my house, so now I'm living out of a caravan park until we're able to secure accommodation, which is fine, like it's not a thing, but it's just highlighting the fact that I think if you go on Domain or something like that, there's one place in Kununurra that's for rent, and the rent is, absorbed. So as far as employment goes, I think with the new RAISE program, it is more of a focus on, our number one priority are our job seekers, but then closely behind that now is our employers. And as you mentioned before, Miriam, the real jobs for real Australians is starting to flow through, and it's also helping the employers out there with the financial burden of bringing on job seekers, and it allows that flexibility. The businesses need to make money from the get-go, and it helps us then work with them, so there is more of a transition from unemployment into full-time employment. We've still got a long way to go on that. An example I'd like to bring to your attention is the APA, which is an Aboriginal Pastoral Academy. Job Pathways are in their third year associated with that. That's basically a 8-week pre-employment program. For the last 2 years, it's been carried out at Mistake Creek, just on the other side of the border, and where we get a contractor, HCH Contracting, we contract them. We go through a recruitment process, and we put 8 young men and young women out there, and then they're placed into the pastoral industry from that. The first year, like any new program, we learnt a lot, and then last year, out of the 8, we had 4 complete their 26-week in the industry, and then this year we've had 8 start the program. We've still got 8, and then they actually get placed into the pastoral leases, with a priority being Aboriginal run pastoral leases, not, mainstream.
Mistake Creek is though, isn't it?
Yes, it certainly is, yep. So there's more of a focus on that. So that's a, that's a very good example of how it's identified that we need to do those pre-employment programs, spend time, effort, money, have mentors, sometimes 3, one mentor for 3 people, so they can really provide that mentorship and then slowly transition them into employment. The next one that I will bring to everyone's attention, we've been trying to work on the same sort of model, but in the civil program. Job Pathways have written a whole program around that, and I think Henrik may have spoken to you around this, Glenn. But we're not getting the uptake from the main roads or the main contracts where we need to run that, because remembering it is a work-like environment, so we're working with, the highest levels of main roads, and if, we can get help from anyone here, it's still very much on the forefront on what we want to achieve. So we get a contract given to a organisation, and then that organisation, there's money built in there. Instead of making the road in, say, 3 months, it can take 6 months. But at the end of that 6 months, you're going to have 20 people come through that are ready then to move into mining, civil, etc. So that's all still on the table, and we're advocating for anyone that wants to listen to us around that. And if you require more information, I know, Glenn, you've been given it. I can provide that, or Henrik can. So when it comes to training, the main sectors that we do focus on, or the main, things that happen across the Kimberley are the care sector, the civil, pastoral, tourism and hospitality. One of the things that we also advocating to NIAA is that they don't recognise this area as a seasonal employment like you do, down south with the fruit and all that sort of stuff. Now that has a lot of implications on the employment incentives, etc., that we can pay the employers on behalf of NIAA. For an employment incentive to be paid under the raise, they're 4, 8, 12 and 26, and then there's allowable breaks in there. So for instance, if someone gets put on at the Tanami Road project, just say towards the end of the project, they might have done 2 or 3 months, but then the project closes down. Okay, so then we can't pick that up at the end of the year, at the start of the season, like now, and they're not eligible for an employment incentive outcome. So, and we can't also, what they call anchor that placement, because it's already been anchored last year. So as far as NIAA are concerned, that person loses his job, but that's no fault, obviously, to them. So if, I can provide more information on that as well, if required, but that's something that we've brought up with NIAA.
So what happens to that participant? In terms of their payment?
Back on welfare.
Back on welfare, yeah.
But as I understand it, sorry if I could. So as I understand it, Matthew, if they're taken off that and then asked to go back on welfare, isn't there a 6-week?
Yeah. Yep. And then sometimes we can make that happen quicker by getting a separation certificate from the employer, but they need to go through that whole process again to get back onto welfare. But it's also taken them a step back, because they're going back into that welfare cycle.
How many fall through the cracks there, Matthew?
Beg your pardon?
And how many, sorry, Chair.
No, you're right.
We would have proof of people falling through the cracks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Going through this nonsense again.
Yeah, and then that just puts further, because, further stresses on the other family members, because then they have to, pick up the money associated with living and all that sort of stuff. But that's something. They just don't. But like the Tiwi Islands are the same. Like everyone knows, Northern Australia shuts down for the wet. It's just that's what happens. But NIAA don't recognise it as a seasonal thing.
Well, goodness me, if you can't look at the north of Australia seasonal, what the heck can you?
Yeah. And then the thing that we always advocate for is they recognise it in, like, if you're in a fruit picking place down in Gippsland or somewhere, and we won't get started on that, but it's just
so because First Nations people have been given employment opportunities, often working with main roads. So we saw that with the Duncan Road project. That was a key advocacy point around funding and the sort of the social development opportunities that arose as a result of the Tanami project. So is it that the NIAA is not appreciating the significance of the issue, or are they saying that they are restricted by the design of the particular rules? Because I'm imagining that the rules might be designed in human services, for example, or social services.
Yeah.
And therefore the NIAA, while appreciating the issue, doesn't have any flexibility, or are they not?
I can't speak on behalf of NIAA, but the head agreement, the RAISE head agreement, stipulates that there's only an allowable break for that 26 weeks. So there's two affected. Yes, our job seekers are number one. So then they have to go back in and do all of the onboarding for Centrelink and all that, and then they've got to come and see us, and that's downgrading to them, because they are used to working, but they need some sort of income over that wet period to, continue to live, basically. And then the second part of it is to make it attractive to the employer. We need to have that where we say, righto, from this date to this date is an allowable break. So then Bob's a roller operator. He's already done 3 months, okay, and then it closes down under the current rules. He's out of work for 3 or 4 months, and this year's longer because of the extended wet, and the Tanami was put back 2 or 3 weeks. So then when Bob goes back to work, that employer is not eligible for any employment incentive outcomes because the allowable break is too big.
Well, okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, so that's, I don't know if anyone listens to that, but...
We're listening.
Oh, you are, sorry.
No,
Very much... That was taken out of context, but from an NIAA point of view, and it's it's not just Job Pathways that advocate, the Alliance, and my old colleague Maria, the CEO from TITEB, TWL and Training and Employment, like we all advocate for the same thing because they're under the same rules. So getting on. Sorry if I'm rattling on too much. Just tell me to hurry up.
Oh, you're right.
But the training and all that sort of stuff, there's been a lot of work going on in that space. But for me, it really needs to be a more focus on what's required and contextualised to each region, whether it's the Kimberley or anything like that. We are advocating, with the TAFEs and through our own funding. We're very much big believers in, especially with the Tanami, as it was mentioned. Like next week, we're having training for the first time in Bilaluna since I've been here. So we've got traffic management, white card,
Great stuff. Yeah.
Bobcat, and also front end loader. That's an expense to NIAA through the funding and etc. But yeah, we need to work with NRTAFE, to try and provide more of that. So that's 2 weeks in Bilaluna, then there's a week off, and then we're going out to Ringasoke to do the same thing.
I'm going to ask about that. That's
So there, and then we've also got Balgo and Mullen. Mullen comes into Balgo. So that from Job Pathways point of view, there's more of a focus on that. But I think as a whole, as a training industry or whatever, we need to, focus more on that. One thing I will say, trainers, the NRTAFE, which is, funded how it's funded, if I'm brutally honest, don't really want to work together with anyone bar themselves, to the point where, and I'm going to advocate for Halls Creek here, we've got that beautiful facility down in Halls Creek, we've got all those training areas, we've got everything, like it's just...
the workers' camp?
No, in Halls Creek, on where they got all of that. Whereas if we bring a third-party RTO in, that needed training, but because it's a third party and NRTAFE don't offer that, we're not able to utilise that centre. And we've offered to pay for it and all that sort of stuff. So now, then we're shifted into somewhere else. There's a purpose-built facility that we can't utilise. We're happy to pay for it, but it's a blanket,
Can I just come in there?
Yep, Senator
Chair, if you don't mind.
Stewart,
No, Matthew, thank you. Can I just declare that I have a conflict of interest, maybe because I work so closely with Kimberley Job Pathways and have done when they were East Kimberley Job Pathways, and I really admire the work that you guys and girls do out there. But I think this is an important thing for the Kimberley, Chair, and I'm not sure if it branches into your state over there, but my ears prick up when you say that the TAFEs, and these are my words, Matt, not yours, get the majority of the funding for training. They're very good at getting funding, and you don't have to come in, but I'll certainly lead, and you can nod, and Hansard won't pick up nodding. So
we all know that.
But they won't share. They won't reach out, and this is where I get frustrated because the work that our employment agencies do, like you guys, Marrawarra and Nirrumbuk and Broome and Mumanudda. I mean, you got all culture. You got local people that are employed. You've got all that rich cultural and history and the whole lot, and yet TAFEs have the money and won't share and partner. Is that a fair word to say? They won't partner with those who are on the ground.
Absolutely agree with that. And an example of that is we've just finished a Cert 3 civil construction training program, and the graduation's on this Friday. That's part of the reason why I'm going down there, as well as we're opening an Orange Sky truck in Halls Creek, which we, went for funding and all that sort of stuff. So that's another, big note, I suppose.
That's huge.
We've got Orange Sky starting. But yeah, because we weren't able to utilise TAFE's facilities, we've had to chop and change our training areas to suit, because we needed a training block for over 10 weeks, because the program's taken over 10 weeks. And, we had to chop, change and, move because, nowhere in Halls Creek is available to have us for that whole 10 weeks. And then you drive past the...
Nowhere is available.
Well, it is on, so for I think the first 4 weeks we're at the rec hall for the Shire, we entered the Shire, and then they needed theirs, like Keita, they needed that area back for a couple of weeks because they had something already
You mean to park the Orange Sky bus and operate it?
No, sorry, for the training,
Oh, the train, sorry.
Yeah. So, we didn't have full access anywhere for that 10 weeks, and then you drive past the TAFE and then they've got that area there. But it's in their thing that, even though TAFE don't offer that Cert 3 civil in Halls Creek.
I think, if I may, Chair, if I may be a little bit cheeky here, that the Commonwealth is the major provider of training funding, as we all know at the front here, and distribute to the states. And normally the states do a very good job of distributing the money, but I think this is a highlight across the Kimberley that I'm picking up between Broome, Derby, certainly Fitzroy, Halls Creek and here.
It's the same here.
Yeah, this disparity. And I'm sure that if we speak to the Minister, the State Minister, I think she'd be very interested because I know something's been raised with her over driver training in Broome. And this is a gap that it's blatantly there. And it's frustrating.
We're willing to pay, you know what I mean? And I know it's only paper money because it's one NIAA funding to another government department, but, we're willing to pay that. But it's just, for one reason or another, it just can't be utilised.
On a brighter note.
Yeah.
And I had the privilege of catching up with you in Halls Creek last year, and I just think, and I'd love you to share with the committee, if you could, Matt, what you guys have done down there with the women in Halls Creek. Walk us through that project, because there was good news stories here in the Kimberley.
Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty of good news stories, and I think for the benefit of the audience that I have here, highlighting the constructive stuff is worthwhile, but definitely the positives that go on. Now the Halls Creek Women's Hub, started as an idea between our previous CEO. And it was highlighted across all CDP areas that I have worked, predominantly the activities and all that are male-centred, whereas, Halls Creek identified something that was a need, and then, started off as like an idea, as I said, to the point now where we've just commissioned last week, and we've got a trainer up here at the moment for the next, he's been here for the 2 weeks, and we've got a seamstress from Perth this week and next week, but we've got our own digital printer, fabric printer. So what that does is the ladies come in, and it's been a long process to get where we are, but in that process, I think we're up to, and they're all, Keita can back this up, they're all members of the chamber and all that sort of stuff. So we've started with them. They do business plans, they do financial risk assessments. They're helped to do, create an ABN, allocated bookkeepers and all that sort of stuff. So now we do everything. The ladies come in, they do their painting on a canvas. Had to buy some flash camera. I'm not an IT person, but you take the camera and then, it's transferred over to the printer. It's then printed, and then now they're making their own designs, like dresses, shirts, shorts and everything. Davina, one of our main highlights is Davina in WA State Parliament has worn plenty of the garments that have been produced. The garments that have been produced there. So, and we've got upwards now. I think there's about 15 businesses. Huge. When I say businesses, ladies that have their own ABN and all that sort of stuff. We've got about 15 of them working out of the Halls Creek Women's Hub at the moment. We've got CAFTA coming up. We've been invited to the Sydney Fashion Week. We're going over to
online.
We are online store.
Yep. Well, that's will be released. We did have one. It was very clunky, and because of the growth of what we've been able to achieve through the women of Halls Creek, we're getting a bigger and better one.
Oh, so that's come through that. I saw that bit of online, the women's of Halls, and it was fashion and was that it? Did that come through that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So economic development through the old CDP program. So they come in and they're paid a wage through that real job. 20 hours a week to work on their business, and then it was capped at 3 months, 12 weeks. And then in that 12 weeks, they do the financial risk assessment, business plans, bookkeeping, everything to do with running their own business. And then Job Pathways through NIAA funding would give them $5,000 to kickstart their business, buy stock or anything like that. And then, it's really gone ahead in leaps and bounds. But I can't sit here and take the credit for that.
See, Matthew, this is a shining nugget in the Kimberley. And I know and I'm sorry, I'm just passionate about this. Because when I went there and visited the Women's Hub, I think that the youngest was a 19-year-old girl, a lady, and the oldest was around my vintage. She had a 6 in front. And there she is after raising her kids and her grandkids at 66, I think she was, or 65, to have the opportunity to not only follow her passion and her dreams, but with the help of Kimberley Job Pathways, learn all about bookkeeping, get the ABN, start her own business. Guess what? That's her day.
Job Pathways were involved in the initial, but there's people like the Chamber, people like Big Rivers, and we've been able to bring all of those in to support the ladies. And it has gone a little bit bigger than we expected so quickly, but we're very much tempering it to make sure that it's long term and it's sustainable and all that sort of stuff, because a lot of the programs that are run remote are only as good as the people that are there running them, and that comes back to the housing, infrastructure, etc. But we've had a big focus on from the start making it sustainable, to the point now where they've started their own organisation, and everything will come in under that. So they've
taken on the corporate world. So.
They've got in their independent directors and all that sort of stuff. And another thing was, Chloe, who you mentioned before, her and Leanne, the manager of the Women's Hub, went over to a textile, got invited from a
Show or something?
yeah, in Vietnam, which is the biggest textile thing in Asia. And we only get invited, through the networks, and everyone advocating for us, like yourself, like Keita, and but it's still a long way to go. And that's why I ask anyone, if they're ever going through Halls Creek, please come in and say hello.
Absolutely.
We'll do that. Senator Smith?
And the printer is,
Senator Still?
So just quickly, I know the chair would like to ask some questions, Matthew, because, but with what's happened in Halls Creek, and the fine work for you mob up here too, are there other women's groups in the Kimberley seeking to do the same?
Yeah, we've
Great.
started satellite hubs for the Jirabellan region. So they've been out to Ringasoke,
Oh, good.
been to Billaluna, and been to Mullen and Balgo, and we're producing textile designs from Ringasoke and Billaluna and Balgo. So that's for Halls Creek Jirabellan region.
Yeah.
And through this year, the initial funding that came with the start of RAISE from November, we've started very, very early stages to do the same thing in Halls Creek, which will then encompass Wyndham and Warman and Columbaroo. Mindful that we listen to what the local ladies want, not what job pathways want.
You're a brave man not to, mate.
And that's why Halls Creek has worked so well. There's some very strong elders down there that have been involved from the start and are still involved now. And when they speak, I listen.
Because we talk about emerging industries and we need to hear everything. But for those listening on the internet there, you'd think that it's all about, and I'm not poo-pooing it, about mining and this sort. No, there is a heck of a lot of other stuff going on up here, and a lot more that can be done. And you mentioned it, in pastoralists, and you talk about, we haven't got round to the hospitality. I mean, let's face it, people talk, and cattle's big up here, yes, of course, but tourism is.
And I think for the Tanami,
huge industry up here.
When the Tanami is fully operational, I attended a information session, and they reckon that there'll be like 3 times the amount of cattle in that area because it's bitumened, and so it's really open up in that corridor between Halls Creek and other springs, because then it brings costs down because you're not, carting everything across corrugated roads and et cetera, so. And
previously I'd mentioned of the information from Phil Hounds down there at GoGo, the amount of water flowing through all the barrage and out the Wallera and then out to the ocean, before we even start talking about releasing more water for agriculture or pastoralists, which would just make damn sense. I won't go down that path because I end up in a fight with the Greenies on this one. Anyway,
that's another subject.
But can I my last one, can you share with the committee the fine work, and this is EKJP and this is Woonan Foundation, and I forget the other partner, forgive me, fine work, where I'm going, Matt, around Revive.
Yep.
Can you share with the committee that magnificent stuff that has been done here?
Yeah, Revive was a brainchild of previous CEOs, and there is a catchphrase, but I can't remember it. But it's basically around turning trash into other people's treasure and stuff like that. It's also brings in entry level. Provides jobs for the entry-level workforce, and then it also provides jobs for Wayfinder. Job Pathways do have an NDIS provider arm, so then we can bring staff in through that pool of candidates for employment as well. So and part of Revive is the Orange Sky, which I've touched on. We've had the Orange Sky bus in Kununurra for a couple of years, and we've got the official opening for the Orange Sky bus in Halls Creek on Friday. They've started this week, and the numbers down there are very, very encouraging. We've taken the Orange Sky bus down to Halls Creek before on the request of environmental health from the Shire and also from the hospital when there's been an outbreak of certain diseases and stuff like that. And that comes in under that, as well as the containers for change, throughout the the East Kimberley region. We look after that from, Balgo to Clonbaroo to Kununurra. So, and they're kicking goals as well.
Yeah, well, you've kept all that out of landfill, recycling, created employment, Indigenous employment at the entry-level stuff, fantastic, giving people the opportunity for a real job rather than welfare.
Well, I think the containers for change is something like 80%, and please don't quote me, but something like 80% Indigenous employment.
That's all those people bringing water.
Hey?
That's all those water bottles.
But, in Halls Creek, Charlie and Arnold, and I advocate for Halls Creek because I think, they get left behind. But Charlie and Arnold down there, they can't turn up every single day. I know when it's about 6:45 because I'm in my office and I see Charlie walk past.
Is that the desert yard?
Yeah, the desert yard, yeah.
Great, sorry, I'll shut up.
And does that with that 80% employment, Matthew, is that full-time work or is it part-time?
No, full-time.
Full-time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Proper jobs.
Yeah, they're all the sites are open, for full-time,
Okay.
Yeah.
How much of that workforce is it like skilled where you need, or is it low-level skills?
It's entry-level staff and then it's on the job training.
Okay.
Yeah. So whilst there's no, accredited training with that, it's on the job, and we work with them to bring the skill level up, and we do that all across across all programs. One of the positive stories is if I look at our case management officer for the RAISE program in Billaloona. Previously, we had no one out there, and a young lady was identified, came into Halls Creek for training, and I was there, and the boss is like, 2 or 3 weeks. I said, no, Renika, she won't mind me, saying her name. Renika will tell us when she's ready, so instead of the normal 2 weeks, 3 weeks, process them through, get them out there, they get overwhelmed and they vote with their feet, and then we're trying to, then we need to find someone else. Fast forward to now, I think it's about 18 or 20 months. Renika's now, through her constant presence in the community, has enough work now. It was only a part-time job because that was the work that was available. Now she's processed through, and now she works full-time hours, doing things out there that people would normally have to come into Halls Creek, processing birth certificates online, processing police checks online, ordering Medicare cards, all of that sort of stuff. So that's where you really need to contextualise your training and work with the people, and
Oh, that's a real good success story. You got someone in the community.
Yeah. And her partner is, we provided training for the white cards and the traffic management, and now he works, well, not full time as we discussed before, but he's on the roads, so he works the seasonal work there now. So.
That's good. Senator Smith, are you fine?
Fine, thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think you've got no other questions. I think that's
I'm
really.
with Matt when I'm back in a couple of weeks. There's no worries there.
But it is good to hear, positive stuff, because often we hear so much that, nothing's working. So thank you for your evidence today, Mr. Watt. The committee's agreed to any responses to questions on notice. And I might and I'll send that through to the Secretariat to you just to get some of the you talk about the 80%, just a breakdown of, across what areas, if you don't mind providing that in a bit more detail.
That's fine, and I think the like I said, the positives are there, and you don't have to look hard for them, but we've still got it. There's still work to do around collaboration. There's still work to do around housing, all of that sort of stuff. So,
all right.
Close.
Well, your words.
And
I know. But I do agree. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you.
I might just
So you'll get a copy of the Hansard transcript as well, Mr. Watts?
Yeah, no worries.
All right.
No worries. Thanks. Yeah. Say hello to Maria.
No, I will when I'm due to go to the weekend thing. That's a good little espresso. I now welcome Peter Bond from the East Kimberley Chamber of Commerce. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the committee has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Peter Jane Bond. I'm here as the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the East Kimberley. So that includes the Shire of Wyndham East Kimberley and the Shire of Halls Creek.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask you some questions.
Great. I hope it's as short as it needs to be, so please stop me if I've gone too far. I am here as the East Kimberley Chamber of Commerce CEO. I also serve on the local council as a councillor for the Shire of Wyndham East Kimberley. I'm also on 2 boards that span across the Kimberley, one in health and one in legal. So really trying to cover lots of services. I've been here for 18 years, very passionate about the East Kimberley. On the Chamber, as the Chamber, we work with businesses across the East Kimberley, more broadly across the Kimberley as well. That includes employers in agriculture, tourism, hospitality, construction, logistics, services and industries that also support regional growth. The Chamber's view aligns strongly. I did read the submission that KRG put in, so I wanted to make sure that you're aware that we the Chamber's position aligns with the KRG's position as well, which I read as the Kimberley is not short on opportunity. We have significant potential across renewable energy, agriculture, Aboriginal enterprise, tourism, Indigenous tourism, logistics, critical minerals at the moment, and services that support major project activity. The issue is not whether the Kimberley has opportunity, it's whether we have the enabling conditions to actually see those opportunities through in a sustainable and in a way that is both supporting what is here and supporting growth into the future. From the Chamber's perspective, businesses are telling us very clearly that the major constraints are infrastructure, workforce, housing, livability, which I don't know if anyone's seen the livability campaign that we've done through Kununurra Reimagined and some of the other things. It's online and really a great initiative that the community has gotten behind, all of the community. So some really great community input across that one. You can just drive around Kununurra and really see that we're a little old. We haven't had a lot of the assistance from government and things that Broome or the rest of the Kimberley has enjoyed. So a lot of that key infrastructure, which is just your gutters and your things, just the stuff that makes your town look nice, we've missed that. So we're really, as a councillor, but also as the Chamber and a retail, looking at our retail front. It's something that we definitely focus on as the Chamber as well. We have, again, I want to talk to the opportunities and just that security around infrastructure, which Office of Northern Australia here today, I think that's really important for us to talk about and really just open up that conversation. We also need to talk about energy. We are a town or a shire at the moment that have a surplus of renewable energy. I don't know if anyone else in the world can say those words in one sentence, but we do have that in our hydro. We are powered by 100% hydro energy, yet I did work for Horizon Power for a short time. So I won't share the IP that I sort of had in that role, but it is publicly available that the East Kimberley actually suffer from the highest bills in the whole state in terms of our power. We are very hot up here. We have our housing, we have issues with housing where public housing does not supply air conditioning. It supplies a hole in the wall where you can go and buy a box aircon that's not correctly put in, and therefore people suffer from higher bills in a place where the energy is the cheapest in the state. So that is an issue, and it's something that actually I feel like it's low-hanging fruit. So I don't know why that hasn't been explored further by the state, but also I understand the federal government has some responsibility in that in terms of the partnership between the hydro and the state government. So that's something that I think we could focus on a little bit more. I understand, because of my background that I've just said, I do understand the intent of the uniform tariff policy, which is something the state government put in place, but there should be some more equitable considerations for this particular region around that policy and the uniform tariff policy and what it actually means for the East Kimberley and some of our demographic. Workforce is a critical issue. Matt was so positive that I feel like I'm like being a massive downer, but I'm trying to highlight the opportunities and also what we can do potentially with the support of Office of Northern Australia to actually highlight and lean on some of these, really lean into some of these opportunities to be sustainable growth in the East Kimberley, specifically across the two shires. So bear with me. Workforce is a critical issue. Housing is part of that challenge. In the East Kimberley, it goes well beyond the stock of housing alone. Social housing, you know, an influx of that would not help this region and is impossible because it's about our infrastructure and amenity, simple services like wastewater, and I'm sure that's not the first time you've heard that today, but wastewater, and we have this surplus of renewable power that we're really not leaning into with our infrastructure as well. Those things it's hard for us to quantify who doesn't come to the East Kimberley to take up the jobs that we can't even advertise because we don't have the space to actually bring people in. So how do we realistically help someone build a life here and create growth without that key infrastructure that sits behind our housing? Business across Halls Creek, Kununurra and Wyndham consistently tell us that attraction and retention depends on the whole lived experience of each of these towns, not just the presence of a job. And all of that infrastructure that I've spoken about actually lends itself to that livable experience in each of our towns. The other thing while we're talking about workforce is that the East Kimberley Chamber of Commerce and Industry has successfully managed the designated area migration agreement for 4 years. It'll be our 5th year next year, and the planned end of our agreement with the Commonwealth Government, it is moving into a centralised state-wide Dharma. We are considerably concerned about that. We have been one of the most successful Dharmas, not only in WA but in the nation. So if you can look up that, there's evidence around that. We've been spoken about being such a successful Dharma. Excuse me. Off the back of that, we also provided a state-funded program around settlement services, which actually helps migrants settle into the community. The way we did that was also bringing in the culture that is already here and the Mirrawong culture here, the Jaru and Gidja culture further down the highway, Ballangara that way down the highway. So we tried to incorporate that into the settlement of people who were coming here as migrants. Also, some of those skilled migrants were able to settle in and assisted with businesses just staying open and having opportunity for entry-level jobs for our Indigenous workforce in the community. So the Dharma does support all levels of workforce. We are concerned about it moving centralising it, as I said. This is because we've consistently seen centralised programs where the East Kimberley is drowned out completely about how we have to do things, how we do things well, how well we know our community. And beyond that, I'll just be completely honest, the Chamber does get revenue from running the Dharma. It's not revenue that we keep, it's not something that we make, but we can pay for a whole position to actually do that. That is supporting workforce in a small community. That position doesn't only do that, they also help with our business advisory and other things. So it's actually taking away from us as a not-for-profit who are business support. We have put in a submission to DTWD, who will be the designated area representative for the statewide Dharma. We've put in to talk about how we actually did that in the first place, whether we can help them, if that's the way it goes, to continue to use our templates and our way of running the Dharma so that our businesses aren't disadvantaged, and also to put that into settlement services as well, which, as I said, was very specific to this area. We are actively supportive of First Nations people to be part of the opportunity from the outset. We know that there's the Aboriginal Clean Energy project, and we know that more can be done around that renewable energy there, and you know how viable that project is, but there are other opportunities with the energy that, as I said, is a surplus amount of renewable energy for the East Kimberley. We think that we are leaders in what we do in terms of how we support businesses. We provide, I guess we navigate businesses that are starting. There's so many business services, and every time I hear someone starting a new one, it almost makes me cringe, because I think what we need is a really good navigating service to help people utilise what's already being paid for. I hate seeing resources wasted and just going on and on again with a new business service. We need to help people navigate that, and that's what we do a lot of in the community. Ultimately, the Chamber's message is, if government wants emerging industries to succeed in Northern Australia, it must invest not only in the projects, although that does need to happen, in regional towns, businesses and systems expected to carry them, but for the East Kimberley it means place-based investment, local business participation, workforce pathways, and that infrastructure that provides livability in our towns. Too long?
No. We'll look. I think that was good, and I think we can. I'll just see which senator will go first with their question. So, Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. Just turning to the matter of the Dharma, what is the consequence for the Kimberley region by moving to the state-based Dharma arrangements and the expiry of the existing Kimberley regional arrangement in March?
In March 2027, yes. Yeah. We aren't aware completely yet, because we're working with DTWD to influence how that might work. If it turns into a statewide, we'd like to advocate for ourselves in the first instance, but if it does, we certainly we want to be part of that conversation. What we've presented them is the implications are our businesses missing out on, if it's a statewide Dharma, we're competing against Margaret River, we're competing against anyone, so we can't go out with the jobs that we sort of know have been approved for migrants to apply for without knowing in the back of our minds that we're competing with anyone else in the state, even Perth to some extent, but I know they are trying to keep it regional and Perth separately, and we are also keeping our regional allocation of migrants as well. So that is a good thing. We've been having conversations with DTWD around scheduling each region. We have skills 1 to 5 on the Dharma, that's all the skills. So everything from entry level to skilled migrants. The reason for that for us is that businesses can't stay open if they don't have something as simple as a cleaner sometimes, or those entry-level positions. So if we want to encourage workforce that is local, we still have to have the businesses open. So with that is something that Dharma has done. Now, if the statewide Dharma takes it, we are concerned about those skill levels 1 to 5. At the moment, the conversations have been positive around that, the 1 to 5 staying as a schedule for the Kimberley, but we're still not certain around that. That would be one key risk. The main one is the competition with Margaret River or anywhere else, but that is the second one. And our concessions. This is something that we understand is not being taken up. We have age concessions, so our age concessions differ from the other Dharmas, and that's been specific to our data. We go out to businesses, we talk to people about who they can use as migrants coming over, and it's been considered that our age concession, so it's 55 instead of 45 for the age concessions to come here as a migrant. And there's another concession. We get a 10% concession on wages. Granted, that's not normally used because people, it's quite expensive to live here, so it's very hard to then take money off people. But what we what does happen here is often people end up with housing and things like that, so we can use the 10% concession to do other things for people. We don't think that's going ahead. And there is another concession. Sorry, I should have written that down, but I didn't. It will. I have just written concessions generally, so my apologies.
Maybe respond, you can do that on notice and provide.
We've got lots of data I can send.
The concessions that you've been able to secure are a demonstration of the flexibility in the regional Dharma that makes it specific and suitable for the Kimberley. So if the concessions are to be removed, then it actually reduces the regional focus or effectiveness. Right.
It does. And as I said, that's why we're part of the conversation with DTWD. We don't want to leave it in the dark and say, we're not actually throw a tantrum, we're not being involved because you're taking our Dharma. We want to make sure that we're influencing how that actually works if it happens. So we won't stop that conversation, and we'll keep advocating for our region. The other thing is basically, I can give an example actually. When a Dharma application comes to us for a business, we often know the business, we know what they do. So one example is we had a business in Halls Creek that wanted 7 food and beverage attendants. 7, I don't think there's any restaurants or anywhere that makes.
I don't think the one in Halls Creek should do that, but anyway.
And would it all be food and beverage attendants? No, they have bartenders and all sorts, but so I think 7 is still a stretch. I won't say what business it is because it was actually, I guess they were trying to commit fraud, so we'll leave that alone. But what we were able to do is sort of have one of our board members lives in Halls Creek, so we asked her to just go and check, are they expanding? Is there something we don't know about this business? They weren't, but what we did find out with a little bit of Googling and looking at the overarching business that owns that business and who they applied as, so there's no problem actually us doing research on that, and they owned a restaurant in Darwin. So them applying for a Dharma, our position's in WA, to live in Halls Creek, but then go in and out from Darwin. And these are things, and would the state do that? Would the state know that? Would they even think about it? Right. No, they probably would have written it up, endorsed it, and it was a well-written application. There's no reason you would think that otherwise. That's just one example. We have many, and it is a good example. There's another one from Broome. Again, I don't want to share people's sort of dirty laundry, but there are quite a few where we can say, do they really need 42 of those? and really consider, we don't want the WA's allocation of migrants to be affected. We don't want the Kimberley to look like we're using all of this, all of our numbers in Dharma when really we're only getting 4 people out of that. So there's a lot to it that I think we can do locally.
So you're speaking to the benefit of genuine local knowledge in the process, and
absolutely,
and that is supported by regional approaches to the Dharma, less likely to be supported and effective with a statewide. Yep.
Absolutely. And I will just touch on again, I mean, from a conflict of interest perspective, we do fund a position out of that DARMA. However, I do come back to the point that that means a person lives here who might have kids, they do actually happen to have kids, a partner that works here, you know, things, then you get that multiplier effect. The kids go to school, everyone uses the hospital, there's a GP because of that. Like, there's a multiplier effect that happens in a community when you take one position away or add positions similarly. So I think there's more to be said about that.
Can I just send this, because just on this too, and you said, thanks Chair, DTDW, who's
Department of Training and Workforce Development, State, yeah.
So have you raised directly, because I know of a DARMA in the eastern states, and they're crooks. Okay, they're absolute crooks because they wouldn't do what you've done.
Yeah.
And they've done this to exploit certain positions and bringing in poor buggers from India to convince them, well, this is the way to sneak around Australia's migration laws. And I'm on to that anyway, but that's another story. Have you shared this information with the department?
This information with the department, 100%, yes. We've
What's
put in
the
a full
response you've got?
submission. Well, we're having I must say, the conversations are good, both with the Commonwealth Department and the State Department. But they're good, but they're still heading towards a statewide DARMA.
So thanks for coming, we'll hear you.
Exactly.
Just shall, but
That's exactly right.
that's
Yeah.
that's an issue.
We have put in a full submission to them about funding settlement services, because the settlement services funding finished on the 21st of November last year. But they're looking at putting it in again. What we've asked is, well, can we continue to manage the DARMA, increase the settlement services funding enough so that we can run both positions, and then we're basically looking after migration for the Kimberley in one place that's got local knowledge. It makes sense for DTWD. We will make it as easy for them as they need it to be, because we're good at it. We've done it very well for quite a few years. There's so many success stories. We're up to around 300 positions that have been approved under that, and we've got data around most of them being filled, and at least 86 of them, last time I looked at the data, also had partner visas attached. Now, that's a lot of people coming in, but that's workforce that we have actually helped businesses stay open in the Kimberley, across the Kimberley, because the East Kimberley manage it for the whole Kimberley.
Oh, do you? Okay.
We manage
Did you
it.
say Broome? Yeah, okay.
We manage it for Broome as well. Yeah, I did say Broome. Fitzroy Crossing, we've got success stories across every town in the Kimberley, every major town. Yeah.
Sorry, I cut in again.
Okay, no, that's fine. Senator Steele, I think Senator Smith, you're going to, Cato, you didn't have a problem with providing that.
I can provide the proposal that we gave. That's got or our last DARMA report, which has all of our statistics in there. We don't put in writing anyone that's trying to commit fraud, but we do have scenarios and we do have statistics in our DARMA report. So I'm happy to provide that to Senator.
I think just generic information that I think that the committee could write to the state in terms of this centralised DARMA system. If that's just goes against the logic, maybe the committee could write to the relevant state government.
That'd be amazing.
The relevant state minister who'd have all write to the Premier and probably.
Is it the state or the feds? I know the state want a statewide, but I would have thought this comes under the feds.
It's both, because the federal government would like to have a centralised, I can understand, rather than having five DARMAs.
Maybe we need to find out.
5 DARMAs in WA, they want one DAR. So each of us are DARs, designated area representatives. They just want one. They want one DAR. That's okay. We can actually, that's fine. We need the state to be flexible enough for us to run the schedule for the Kimberley, that the Commonwealth can still have one DAR and we can still run our DARMA how we need to, if the state provide that flexibility.
So you have
and funding.
So the Western Australian government is the DAR, and you effectively have subsets of the DAR which reflect the regional, which might reflect the existing
Dharmas, that's right.
yeah.
And that's what we've requested.
So
We've
that-
asked it to be scheduled per region, and they're agreeing with that. What they're not agreeing with is us managing that schedule.
Right.
Yeah. So the conversation about the schedule, like I said, it's good, and I'm happy for that because we have advocated well for that. We're just not sure about what's happening with who's managing it. We're still concerned about that.
So if you're not managing it, the WA government may not get the benefit of that local knowledge, that fraud control, all of those benefits.
Just making sure people are doing the right thing, yeah.
And as you mentioned before, just the efficiency and efficacy of the actual Dharma. So it will not be as effective, will not have as much integrity, and it will not be as efficient.
Powerful arguments, I would have thought.
Thank you.
I've got a Dharma question, Chair.
All right, yeah,
All right.
Senator
So
Still.
If you finished it.
Yep.
You finished, Senator Smith?
If I
Senator
can,
Still?
thanks, Chair, Ms Bond, and talking to possibly one of your members up here in Kununurra, just walk us through, so when the Dharma's applied to bring in workers from overseas, which we desperately need with their skills and semi-skills, what's the length of time they have to stay in Kununurra before they can run away?
There's two different subclasses of visas that the Dharma supports.
Right.
One is 2 years and one is 3 years. The 2-year one seems like a great idea, except for that the employer is then, they only have the ability to apply for permanent residency on behalf of the migrant. If they do the 3 years, then they can themselves apply for permanent residency. What we have seen, however, is that there's no data on this because we don't get the data after that, a lot of people stay. These are often families or, interestingly enough, people who have come as on a tourism visa, on a visitor's visa, thinking that they're just going to be here for 5 minutes and go, offered a Dharma position, take it, they live here. This is their home. They've created a home here and this is where they want to stay. So maybe they won't be here for the rest of their lives, but 5-7 years, I mean, that's a long time if you're talking the Kimberley.
Yeah. So they have to do a minimum of 2 years here?
Minimum of 2. Most employers go for the 3. And unfortunately we have seen incidences where employers are happy to do the 2, but they don't sign off on permanent residency for the person. So that creates a little bit of conflict. That's another story. We don't provide migration advice because you have to be a registered migration agent. The employers prefer the 3 years, and that gives the migrant a nice feeling, flexibility, makes them feel like they have control of their own destiny, and generally creates better workforce culture, as we know, as anyone who's managed anyone before would know.
So with your Dharmas, there's only 2 visas you use?
2 subclasses of visas, yeah.
And then,
2 subclasses of initial visas, and then there's another visa that is a permanent residency visa.
Yeah.
They still sit under the Dharma while they do that, yeah.
Okay. Well, I have to confess, I hadn't heard this was a problem until today.
Well, I'm glad that I'm here then.
Yeah, an earlier witness.
It's a fair.
Thanks for travelling all this way.
All right, is there any further questions? Senator Still, Senator Smith?
No, I think
If
the
we're
votes are
fine.
pretty clearly.
Look, thank you for your evidence today, Ms Bond. The committee's agreed that any responses to any questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. And I think we'll clarify and just make it clear to the 2 areas that we wanted further information on. You'll get that from the Secretariat.
Am I able to make one sort of comment?
Yeah, no,
to close?
please.
I'm really glad that we had that Dharma conversation. I do still want to touch on the enabling investment conversation around our infrastructure, and we do suffer with centralisation. Even the infrastructure conversation comes into that. We see the Kimberley being mentioned a lot in terms of that kind of investment, infrastructure, where the data's coming from. We don't see the East Kimberley benefiting from that very well.
You're going to have a Broome versus come
No, I'm absolutely not doing that.
Do you want to expand a bit more in terms of what you just talked about, or because I can just reverse that last bit that I did, and then invite you, Ms. Bond, to expand a bit more, further in terms of what you wanted to talk about.
I touched on it before, but we cannot quantify who doesn't move here. We know that the data looks better in other, like in Broome. Specifically, they can actually quantify that. They can quantify what houses are not there. They can quantify a whole heap of things that we struggle to. The reason we do, and I'm speaking from a business perspective, I am here as the Chamber of Commerce, our businesses will say that there's no point in them growing or putting on jobs or doing anything further, because what do they do? What do they do for housing? How do they actually do that? Then we talk about housing. How do we build any new houses without the infrastructure that we require here? And I did touch on it again before. It's not only about the housing, the infrastructure, it's the livability of this town. So we have missed, and granted, Broome has done a fantastic job at getting funding for the revamp of Chinatown, all of the foreshore. It's amazing.
PhD in it.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Don't fire me up. I'm walking along the foreshore, seeing the 14 or 20 million, whatever it is, and then I see no housing through the rest of the Kimberley. Don't start me on that.
Yeah, it's hard to watch.
The priorities are all wrong in the Kimberley.
It's very hard to watch, and then we still see talking about housing. We still see housing developments being supported by the likes of Development WA in the West Kimberley there, or in Broome specifically, and the growth really sort of been still pushed in that area. We understand they are the city of the Kimberley, if you're looking at it like that. We do understand that. The city of the Kimberley, like they are the biggest town. So we understand that has to happen. But what we don't understand is equity. Inequity for people across the Kimberley is not fair just because they are the biggest area. And inequity can come from, the foreshore's pretty and the stuff, but our town being livable, our town walking through it, it's hard to look at. So it's why I joined council, because I just thought, I need to do something else here. I can't just be, you have to be part of the solution, right? So I need to do something else to actually sit around that, see what decisions that are being made, what are we putting up for these grant opportunities, and how are we talking about it? If we're looking at doing a youth hub, why? We're looking at doing a youth hub because we know crime makes the news more in the East Kimberley than anything else. We just listened to Matt. There's amazing good stories here, but they're never going to get up while we have youth crime and disparity across the Kimberley as we do. So that is infrastructure, for me, is one of the key drivers in industry.
Senator Smith, I think you had a question.
Could you just share with us your observations about land availability? It's come up in some private conversations over the last few days around Kununurra. It was a topic of inquiry with some witnesses earlier today. What are your observations about land availability?
I am not an expert on I've actually just started learning about it since I've been on council, which was in the last election. What I didn't... Sorry?
Freshly minted.
Yeah, that's right.
Fresh eyes.
What I didn't know is that we were a little bit landlocked by agriculture. I was not aware of that. The land availability for small blocks over in Lakeside, that's okay, but we haven't been able to utilise those as well because we don't have the wastewater infrastructure to actually connect them, so I'm sure you've heard that. The thing that I know that most people I know, and myself included, lifestyle blocks are sort of what people want to do, and unfortunately, from my understanding, Development WA, the state, in whatever way, there's an issue with return on investment for smaller blocks. So rather than providing the larger blocks that we know that people would buy out of town, they don't impact on the wastewater facility or some of the other infrastructure because you put your own leach drain, you spend a lot of your own money setting those up, and not only spend a lot of your own money, it's your own infrastructure on water, wastewater, all of those things. So those lifestyle blocks would be so important to be released in and around the outskirts of Kununurra. We believe, and the data sort of shows, when I say data, it's probably mostly qualitative, but I actually think that the Shire's done some surveys around that too, where people might move out of homes that are in town, that have lived here for a while, take on a lifestyle block. There's a house you have in town for workforce, either rental, private market, which we need to increase in this town. So the release of some of those lifestyle blocks, while the state might not see it as a return on investment, like the small blocks, we can sell lots of those, it is absolutely imperative for people to have an opportunity for those lifestyle blocks in our area. In saying that, I don't know how many would be available. I do know there's some issues around with some of the way the water flows in, flood times, and my understanding is that we do have some landlocked because of some of our agriculture. It's catch-22 because our agriculture is probably our longest standing investment and return industry for the area.
So what I'm hearing is that if the WA government and Development WA was to change its return on investment criteria, that might make available some more land.
More land and therefore potentially more housing in
Yep.
in
So
town.
the Development WA, if it was to change its return on investment appetite criteria, i.e. which would affect the profit that they would make from the land sale, why would the state government be profiting from land sales at a level that inhibited land availability and land access? So it should actually be something completely within the domain of state government decision makers to start to facilitate land release.
And it is, I guess, a way of investing. Not making money off the land is a way of investing.
Yeah.
Without capital. So I guess that's something to consider.
That's interesting. Thank you.
Senator? You're right. Senator Sterle?
Oh, I'm in trouble with the broom mob now, but anyway.
We won't tell them. Although if they're online, maybe.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
We'll pull together, and you'll receive a copy of the Hansard transcript. And if there's anything that was taken on notice of further information, the committee will have outlined that to you.
Fantastic.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I think we are going to go. Sorry. I think we shall. I was about to head to that. The committee will now suspend for a short break and resume the hearing at 2:45, and I think it's Mangalalulu, North Kimberley Airport. I've probably buggered that whole name up. Luke Gleeson from Mangalalu North Kimberley Airport in person. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. My name's Luke Gleeson. I'm the Managing Director of Mangalalu North Kimberley Airport.
Right. I now invite you to make a short opening statement at the conclusion of any remarks, and I will then invite members of the committee to ask questions, and then when that happens I'll go to Senator Whittaker, who's online first. So over to you, Mr Gleeson.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I believe I passed around just an A4 copy of the document just for orientation. Thanks, Alan. Okay. The Mangalalu North Kimberley Airport, MNKA, established as RAAF Truscott, has provided valuable service to the North Kimberley and broader region since World War II, as Australia's most northerly orientated airport. In fact, the facility was a key piece of infrastructure that tipped the balance of power in favour of the Allies in 1944. In May 2025, we were proud to return MNKA to 100% Australian-owned asset. Prior to this, the airport was 50% foreign-owned. What this means is that now decision-making about MNKA and its future is solely for the benefit of Australia. It's worth mentioning that this wasn't our first experience to MNKA. That, for me, was on an ADF deployment as a current serving member of the Pilbara Regiment a few years earlier, and I'm proud to say I still am. During that visit, I saw the strategic importance and the interdependency of the facility to a multitude of stakeholders in the region. We believe at MNKA the best days are still in front. Due to its strategic location, as the airport has the ability to provide billions of dollars of economic value add as a key piece of enabling infrastructure in Northern Australia. During the purchase, one of our priorities was to negotiate an extension of the lease arrangement with our traditional owners, the Wunnable Gambera people. Through their prescribed body corporate, the Wunnable Gambera Aboriginal Corporation. This gave us the chance for complete alignment and to invest for the long term in a community asset that will transfer to WGAC ownership at the expiry of the lease. For the duration of the lease, 30 to 40% of the profit goes directly to the local Aboriginal community through the Wunnable Gambera Aboriginal Corporation. This approach, whilst extremely unique, has aligned both groups for the long term and will see us up in the Anyo Peninsula for the next 37 years, working alongside our traditional owner partners. The key thing I'd like the committee to take away regarding existing and emerging industries is the interdependency of the airport, the traditional owners, the region and its broader community. This is exemplified by our barging operations that are managed through our 100% owned subsidiary business, Norwest Marine Operations, and provide food, fuel and other vital goods to the township of Kununurra, the most remote community in Northern Australia. And the business has come to the assistance of Kununurra 3 times in the last 6 months and recently in the last few weeks. In FY24, MNK provided 1,351 subsidised accommodation nights for the local traditional owners who otherwise have no on-country accommodation facilities and no other way to stay on country. The airport's it. The airport is the only option, and the Wunnable Gambera people have a desire to move back to country. The airport is the beating heart of that desire and their healthy country plan. Supporting the tourism operations and growth of the Wunnable Gambera people, supporting their rangers, caring for country and the broader implementation of their healthy country plan. In so many other ways, by working together, we can build the resilience required to support this community and region as they look to harness emerging industries to provide better outcomes. Between current tourism and mining initiatives including for strategic minerals. There is the potential to create around 330 jobs with a focus on local Indigenous employment. This is in an area that, due to its remoteness, is currently not populated, but these projects can change that. It stands out as one of the biggest opportunities in Australia to make a difference in closing the gap and will allow for the WGAC to fulfil their goal of moving back to country. That's intergenerational impact. Offshore and on the Anio Peninsula, the North Kimberley presents untold opportunities with energy developments and carbon capture and storage opportunities. We're talking about 20 to 30-year projects, and from a defence perspective, this location is a key strategic location, approximately equidistant between Broome and Darwin on the Anio Peninsula. My observation, is not meant as a criticism, is that government tends to see things and manage things in silos along portfolio or departmental boundaries. But in regional and remote Australia, and very much so in the north, things need to be understood and managed in a more holistic way. Building one area strengthens others, but weakening a certain area or taking away a service has a significant flow-on effect. I'll very briefly mention a couple of challenges for MNKA. We have a WA government restriction on flights to our airport. This is a COVID-era restriction that aimed to protect Broome because of the downturn in tourism at the time. Prior to this, MNKA operated for 33 years with an exemption from this restriction, and it has had significant negative impacts on our operations and is seriously threatening the ongoing viability of the business, and therefore on the traditional owners whom we work so closely with. In a related issue, attracting private investment is difficult. Private contracts and capital seek certainty and long-term stability. In this kind of environment, this is challenging, and yet the economic multiplier of such investments can be enormous. MNK is ticking all the boxes, assisting to address both state and national goals of closing the gap through Indigenous partnerships, productivity and capacity building in Northern Australia on a strategic asset that can deliver material economic value add across Indigenous tourism, mining, oil and gas, defence, border protection, and a team at MNK that is privately funded but just needs to operate in an environment free of regulatory red tape. In finishing, I can only repeat the evidence of Mr Daniel Jackson of Gascoyne Gateway Limited to the committee on the 6th of March. On review of several of the submissions to this inquiry, there appears to be a consistent theme. Northern Australia requires sovereign enabling infrastructure if we are to capitalise on the emerging opportunities across the north. I look forward to delivering this infrastructure in partnership with our many supportive stakeholders. Recent issues centering around fuel and energy security and supply chains are something that MNK can assist with to remedy. We're ticking all state and federal initiatives, standing ready as a motivated private business to help make a difference in Northern Australia.
Thank you, Mr Gleeson, and I'll
Sure, on that.
ask
Yeah.
Senator, before I call you, Senator Stewart, I might just ask Senator Whittaker, who's online, if she had any questions, if that's all right.
I've been here all day.
Yep.
I'm happy to.
So, Senator Whittaker.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr Gleeson, for your evidence today and for the very thorough submission that you provided. What's really clear from your submission and from what I know about the work you do is, I guess, the importance of the role that you currently play across a whole range of really important sectors and industries, as well as supporting local communities. And so I'm really keen to hear from you about what, in your mind, the federal government can do to support that work. I know one of your recommendations in your submission talks to both the recognition of infrastructure like your airport as strategic national infrastructure and changes to Commonwealth policy settings to enable investment in infrastructure like yours. I'm just wondering if you could talk through what practically that would look like.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. It's a good question. I think one of the things that we've done since taking ownership of the airport has really been raising the profile of the facility. To probably provide a bit of clarity there, I think in December 2024, the WA State Government did a review on defence-related infrastructure assets in WA, and there was 120 assets listed. The airport wasn't one of them. So one of the things that we've been doing since the 1st of May of this year invariably has been looking to raise the profile of the airport. We had our first trip across to Canberra in November of this year to try and help raise the profile of the airport. That was a successful trip. A large part of our engagement in and around the airport has been with our stakeholders, and in terms of our engagement with the federal government, we're still growing that out. But I think in terms of conversations we've had to date with the Northern Australia infrastructure facility has been quite positive, but recognition in that when you look at the airport, we're touching really 5 different sectors of the Australian market across tourism, across mining, across oil and gas, across the Australian Defence Force and across the Australian Border Force. One of the things that does stand out is communications between those stakeholders, probably at a federal level. We're doing our level best and sticking our hand up at every opportunity to raise the profile of the airport. But when you look at an asset like what we're sitting on at Mungalalu North Kimberley Airport, what stands out is much in around those siloed conversations and probably the sharing of information to look at a coordinated approach across the Australian Border Force, the Australian Defence Force in particular. Are 2 areas that we'll continue to bend over backward wherever we can to assist and help, but some coordination across those parties, given that they are, I guess, federal bodies. Any way that we can assist in communicating in and around, I guess, the defence of Australia's borders and broader initiatives there, that would be something that certainly springs to mind.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I guess what bigger role do you think the airport could play in that defence space?
Certainly, I think
with that kind of communication.
Yeah, I think there was even press out yesterday in and around border incursions. If you have a look at probably where they're occurring, one of the things that we've put to Australian Border Force is more of a regular presence at the airport. One of the things that we're noting is in and around time off station for aircraft and maritime assets. So we've certainly put our hand up in and around, what would you say, opening up the airport to decisions where a surge is required from the Australian Border Force or Australian Defence Force, that the airport certainly can play a role there. I think it's a tyranny of distance. I've had the privilege of deploying twice in and around the northern areas of Australia, and the remoteness is stark. Within about 400 kilometres of the coastline, our airport's it. You try and find water sources up there, let alone food, and you're struggling to do that. So I think from the point of view of its significance, it's huge with regards to defence-related or border security issues.
I wanted to ask you about fuel, which is, of course, very topical at the moment. One of the things that your submission talks to is simplifying the fuel supply chain and the opportunity if we were to maximise use of an airport like yours. Could you talk about what the opportunity is in terms of, burning less fuel if we were to maximise that kind of work out of your airport, and what that would mean for simplifying the supply chain?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So to look at the start of the fuel crisis, the first thing we did was look at our own business, but the second thing we looked at is how can we help? In and around the assets that currently transit to other routes that sit proximal to our airport. We worked out that we could save roughly 2 million litres of Jet A1. We could reduce flying time by about 160 nautical miles per helicopter trip to assets that are invariably within about 180 nautical mile radius of our airport. Invariably, what that would do would seriously assist, I guess, a supply chain that at the moment sees fuel truck 2,856 kilometres from Darwin to Broome, or arriving up from Headland into Broome. Effectively, given our airport is 100% supported by barging operations, fuel could be directly transported to the centre and the centroid of use. I think a few days back into the fuel crisis, we had 19 days of Jet A1 supply in Australia. To look at a 2 million litre differential over a period of weeks, I think the significance of, from an energy security perspective, of the energy that sits directly off the Anio Peninsula, there's huge ramifications if that oil stops getting pumped from a point of view of, I guess, a position of where that puts our offshore partners with regards to energy security. So in terms of simplifying a supply chain, the supply chain that currently exists in Australia, I think is poorly understood. I think that supply chain's seen a slight bit of stress put on it over the last few weeks, and it's made people focus on it. I think with regards to simplifying and providing resilience to that supply chain, the airport certainly could play a part, most definitely.
And what are the barriers to that occurring now?
One of the issues we're looking to resolve with the WA state government resolve around an exemption of use of the facility that invariably was a COVID era restriction that was placed on the airport, and it was certainly understood at the time. The airport's governed under the 1966 Transportation Coordination Act and sat for 33 years on a list of an asset that was an exempt list that did not require a licence to be permitted by the Department of Transport. Over COVID, invariably that restriction, the airport was removed and placed on the exempt list. Invariably, to understand that, it made sense at the time with regards to protecting the Broome economy from a tourism point of view. I think tourism numbers dropped from 355,000 to 290,000 tourist movements at the time. They're now back over 455,000, yet the exemption still remains on our airport. And that exemption itself is restricting us from invariably investing into the airport, but also keeping it up to standards from the point of view of the standard the airport should be kept on. We've got a desire at the airport to grow that airport to a true multi-user facility that will unlock, I guess, from the point of view of stakeholders across tourism, mining, oil and gas, the pearling industry, Australian Defence Force and Australian Border Force, if that restriction can be removed, and we're still in ongoing discussions with the WA government, and hopefully a few meetings in a few weeks will give us a little bit more direction on that restriction.
Mm-hmm. And is that the main? Is that really the main barrier or the only barrier, or is there?
Yeah, that really is the linchpin from the point of view of discussions that will see the airport grow in time, is the underpinning of a longer-term contract. One of the things that you'll find in Northern Australia, particularly on the Anio Peninsula, you've got roughly 24% and 13 of gas and 13% of the undeveloped oil resources sit directly off the Anio Peninsula. They're currently being serviced by airports in Broome and Darwin, and at Truscott, which sits invariably at the centroid of those operations, we have the room to grow. There's a desire certainly in our business to open up, really, I guess, our airport on the back of that restriction being lifted, the ability to generate a true multi-user facility. I think over the last few weeks, geopolitically, things are changing at a rapid rate of knots. Energy security is a bigger concern than it's ever been. That's been put in front and centre of everyone's minds. And you've got an environment here at MNKA where you have a private business working hand in glove with an Indigenous corporation, and having an ability to lengthen and strengthen could be delivered on the back of longer term contracts supplied and sought through industry that would give Defence increased capability to obviously project power north as the Indo-Pacific becomes more contested, but also look to defend Australia's borders in what is a known hotspot for unauthorised maritime arrivals and the illegal exploitation of natural resources.
Chair, I'm happy to share the call around, and then I have some other questions, but I can put them on notice depending on how we're going to time.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Look, I'll just, because I know that...
Mine have been answered.
Oh, okay. Senator Smith?
Thank you very much for your evidence. It sounds to me like there's a competition issue between yourself and Broome Airport. So the WA government has put a restriction on the use of the MNKA. Who has argued for that restriction to be put in place, given that the restriction did not previously be in place? Have I understood that correctly?
Yes, Minister Smith. That, I guess, the correspondence I've seen, given that we didn't own the asset at the time, we can only base it off the information that currently is sat with the business. I think to look back in and around the economic realities of what COVID was from what we can see, COVID era style protection. You raise an interesting point. There's 4 airports in Australia that are privately owned. Broome Airport's one, we're one. In terms of protecting the Broome economy, to look at that through the lens of tourism, the numbers tell the tale. I think that from a protectionism point of view, I can only surmise that the decision was made to look to protect invariably traffic flow through Broome. I think when you look at the data based off the BITA stats, you're seeing aircraft movement now gone from around 4,000 aircraft movement to around 5,855 aircraft movement per annum. To look at the township, I think Broome's doing a fantastic job. It's great to see the tourism angle of the cruise ships now coming in, and the guys at Kimberley, KMSP, SB, the Kimberley Marine Support Base are doing a brilliant job with their work they're doing there. It's hard for me to comment any further than that outside of, I think that COVID era restriction is something that's now 6 years behind us. What's quite interesting though is when you look at that direct route from Perth to Truscott, it now costs us as a business. I could fly one of my staff members 2.5 times on a return journey to London for what it costs me to move an employee from Perth to that airport, to our airport. So that's travelling from Perth to Broome to our airport, because invariably you need to overnight. You need to get your flight. You need to overnight.
So sorry, Mr. Gleeson. So who does the Broome to Truscott leg?
Broome to Truscott leg. Currently, Nexus are doing a route for Shell to the airport, and skippers or a chartered aircraft will be basically doing the Broome. The other pathway in is through Darwin. There was a safety-related incident that occurred 3.5 weeks ago on a flight out of Broome due to the restriction. That flight could have invariably come straight out of Perth. And 5 people were lucky to not lose their lives. I was meant to be on that flight myself the week later, and there was no reason for that aircraft to be in the air. It could have been a direct flight from our airport, from Perth to Truscott on a larger aircraft.
Right.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand this. So the restricted use provision, which is currently applied, denies you the opportunity to establish contracts that would allow aviation transport from Perth to Truscott. Is that right?
Yeah, a licence would need to be sought by the Department of Transport.
Yep.
Previous correspondence that remains on the company file was that licence wouldn't be granted.
Because of the exemption of use prohibition?
Yep.
Okay. So at the moment, Broome Airport gets an advantage because people fly from Perth to Broome and then from Broome on to Truscott?
Invariably from a transit route point of view, the movement into the oil and gas fields, they'll travel from Perth to Broome to Darrington, and they'll do a hot refuel at Darrington, and then they'll travel to an oil and gas platform that's invariably 180 nautical miles from our airport, and that's forcing a return leg that requires about another 160 nautical miles of flying versus the direct route from Perth to Truscott out to those platforms. So you're increasing your takeoff and landings by 33%. You're increasing your time over water by 37%, two of the things you don't really want to be doing in an aircraft.
So have you made a formal inquiry or complaint to the Economic Regulatory Authority here in Western Australia that is responsible for competition issues?
We haven't. One of the things that we've been trying to do since we've taken ownership is engage at a grassroots level with all our stakeholders, and that's been at a state level and invariably at a ministerial level, touching on tourism.
Have you engaged with Broome Airport?
No.
Because they haven't responded to your requests for engagement, or you just haven't put them on your engagement list?
Well, you haven't really seen that. At the end of the day, we're a private business, they're a private business, and we think they're doing a great job doing what they're doing. It's hard to say that they're not, but have we directly communicated with them? No, we haven't.
So are you in competition with Broome Airport? Potentially?
Potentially as a private business, you'd say we would be, yeah. So an airport by its very nature is a monopoly.
Yeah.
That's just what an airport is.
Yeah.
But you're dealing with a monopoly with a barrier around it as well. I think they're doing
a buffer zone. Have you sought an investigation or an inquiry from the Australian Consumer and Competition Commission?
We haven't, no. We've been trying to engage pretty much at a grassroots level in and around the state environment from a political standpoint, and really briefing everyone on the fact that the airport exists, because there's just a lack of understanding that the airport's actually there, and raising the profile. State member for the Kimberley, Davina Deanna, has been up to the airport and has been great at just engaging with, and she understands the lay of the land very well in Northern Australia, and pretty much our engagement pathway has just been centring on stakeholder engagement across tourism, across mining, across defence, across Australian Border Force, just to bring everyone up to speed in and around the potential of the airport, and just even raising the flag to people, understanding that there's a lot more usage out of Truscott. There's been 58 AMSAR taskings in the last few years. The Royal Flying Doctor Service have been through 80 times through our airport. There's just a lot of things that are happening up at the airport that haven't been brought to light.
And how long is your lease arrangement with the WGAC?
Yeah, we took that from a 7 plus 10 year lease agreement to a 17 plus 20. So we're up there now for the next 37 years.
Wow, and when you took the lease, you knew of the exemption of use?
We
did.
We did.
Okay, so it was a conscious commercial decision. Just turning to the matter of fuel storage, what is the existing fuel storage capacity at Truscott? Because I notice in the document that you've circulated, where you talk about future MNKA opportunities, you identify increased fuel storage.
Yes.
So what's the existing fuel storage, and what do you anticipate it being increased to?
Yeah, and that a lot of those, thanks Senator for the question, a lot of the pathways that we've been engaging in have been in and around that stakeholder awareness piece. So to look at current storage at the airport, we'll use roughly 2.5 million litres of Jet A1 a year. We can store roughly about 180,000 litres of Jet A1. Over the last few weeks, we looked at how could we assist in a temporary manner, and we felt that we could certainly double our ability to store Jet A1 and transport that to Truscott. Having recently taken ownership of our own 45-metre ro-ro barge vessel, but those conversations remain ongoing in and around the location of Truscott. A large part of that stakeholder engagement is chasing a demand signal. So conversations with the Australian Defence Force, conversations with the Australian Border Force to stick our hand up to say, well, the airport's in a very strategic location. One of the things that the airport also does is remove a lot of single point of failure risk and adds to northern resilience. When you start looking at a cyclone path that might pass through our airport and miss Broome, or it might go through Broome and miss us, adding to that ability that we sit equidistant between Darwin and Broome. We're ideally located to, I guess, provide resilience. We've assisted in 2 cyclone demannings this year already. Search and rescue aircraft have been relocated from Broome to our airport to maintain, obviously, high-risk activities on oil and gas platforms. So certainly from, I guess, to a degree, it's chicken and egg, Senator, where you either build it and they'll come, or you'll build it and they don't come. A real linchpin for us is the restriction. We've engaged in some conversations with the national, the NAIF fund, and their commentary was us, if you can underpin a long-term contract, well, there's a pathway here. So I think one of the things I'd say is we're not sticking our hand up for a free kick. We invariably just want the ability to make a difference and make a change as a private business in probably Australia's largest growth corridor.
So the regulatory impediment at the moment is the exemption of use issue.
So the airport,
that is wholly and solely a decision of the WA government?
It is, yeah.
Because it's captured by the 1966 Transportation Coordination Act. Have I understood that correctly?
Yeah, so on December 23 of 2020, Mangalalu Truscott Air Base was added to the Part 3 table for the first time since 1987. That then meant a licence was required. So for 33 years it sat as an exempt airport.
All right, yeah.
If you wind forward to 2022 as part of the WA government doing a review invariably of the Transport Coordination Act, KPMG did an independent review of the 1966 Transport Coordination Act, and the government voted in favour of all the recommendations. Recommendation 12 was to eliminate geographical limitations that no longer reflect current policy imperatives. Recommendation 11 was this is machinery of government reform which will provide greater flexibility for the Minister to implement and administer licensing schemes as when needed. But if we zoom out and look at the objective of the Act, it's to provide for the reduction or elimination of controls imposed under this Act, wherever practicable, to ensure transport services are reliable, efficient and economic. So to start understanding some of the economics there, the numbers that we've worked up, it would save roughly $15 million for transit through Truscott for the oil and gas providers. But you need to times that number by 30 because it's a 30-year project. That equates to about a $450 million saving. And one of the things I know due to my background in mining, every spare dollar that you can spend in exploration. If you drill, if you don't drill, you don't find. If you don't find, you don't mine. When you look at the economic multiplier in hard rock mining, $1 invested in hard rock mining equates to a $13 return of economic value add through the economy. So if we were to look at the airport through the lens of productivity savings and cutting red tape, the airport certainly can assist in that front. Decarbonisation initiatives, safety, and closing the gap initiatives. There's 330 jobs up for grabs up at the peninsula, and the airport is currently underpinned by 2 contracts. But we're in a position when if those contracts roll off, and we're not in a position to bring in new work, there's a chance that the airport, from a going concern perspective, that could be extremely challenging. And the Winnable-Gambier Aboriginal Corporation generate roughly $12 million a year through the work that they do. That's typically on country. I don't know if we want to stop that, do we?
What's the life of the 2 contracts that you currently have?
The closest one's being renegotiated at the moment, but roughly 18 months.
Right, okay.
We need the restriction gone.
Right. In your document it says you have a barge landing. Do you have access to a barge?
Yeah, we, as part of the airport transaction, we bought 100% shares of Mungalali North Kimberley in a company by the name of Norwest Connect. Under that head of company, we've just set up another business by the name of Norwest Marine Operations, and that incorporates a 45-metre roll-on, roll-off LCT vessel that resupplies our airport, but it also resupplies the township now of Columbaroo. Columbaroo rang us 3 times last year. The last conversation I had with the CEO before their last problem was that there was 3 oranges left and she was eating one of them. Can you help? So we certainly like to think we've stepped up to...
Okay. Last question from me. What is the transit time from the Port of Wyndham? So for a barge, what is the transit time from the Port of Wyndham to Truscott?
Yeah, it's
from
good.
Darwin to Truscott and from Broome to Truscott?
Yeah, it's a good question. Depending on what speed you'd be travelling your vessel, it's roughly a 2-day steam from Darwin to Truscott, and 200 nautical miles from Wyndham, so half the distance. Yep. Coming the other way around from Broome, equidistant, a very similar distance from Darwin. Yeah.
Fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Smith. I'll now go to Senator Sterle and then back to you, Senator Whittaker.
Thanks, Chair. Mr Gleeson, just quickly, I have to confess to not knowing a couple of these bobs. Petrofac, who are they?
Petrofac were doing the work to decommission the Northern Endeavour.
Oh, righto, gotcha, okay. Any, what are any do? That's the Italian mob, isn't it? Any? What are they doing up there?
E&I.
Yeah, E&I. What are they doing up there?
They're fully appraised. They just took 100% ownership. They're in a 50-50 JV with Santos on a petrol discovery.
Yeah, I remember the gas pipeline.
So yeah, they're looking to bring that online by 2028.
All right, VBX?
Valpolon Resources, they're a high-grade bauxite project that sits roughly 20 to 30 kilometres from the airport.
But there's nothing happening there yet.
They're in a definitive feasibility study stage.
Oh, righto, okay. And we know what Impex does. Jadestone?
They are operating the Montara well.
Yep.
That sits proximal off the Anio Peninsula and are one of our clients.
Sure. Shell, we know what they're doing at Prelude. Paspali, we know what they do with the...
Prelude and Crux, so we're supporting the Crux facility.
Oh, righto, okay. So there's some really heavy hitters there that be wanting to
yeah, and if
cut their costs to be able to come through.
Yeah, if you were to look at Cash Maple's actually stranded without the airport.
Who?
The Cash Maple deposit from Australia. That's Impex's project that they're looking to bring on in 2030. Oh. That's crucial for the 3rd train of the LNG development.
Out of Darwin. Okay, so East End, is it East Point? East Point. So I'm not being a devil's advocate, but I'm knowing a little bit about Broome. So I read about your support infrastructure and see the plan for the passenger briefing room with entertainment. 125 single ensuite room accommodation, and this is all making sense. Commercial kitchen, TV lounge, medical centre, gym, the whole lot. So you're really, really building an alternative to Broome. That's what you for the offshore.
No, I don't think it's an alternative by any stretch. I think it's looking at the location of what we can support, and I think what's quite interesting there is it's looking at the range of an S-92 aircraft and saying, well, what should this airport be?
No, I get, Mr. Gleeson, I'm not against you.
Yeah.
Okay, I actually love this part of the world, but we can all fit here.
Yes,
But
that was my point.
Yeah, but listening to your opening statement, what I'm trying to go, if there was someone listening on here, because they've got nothing better to do than listening to a Senate inquiry, joint inquiry, one would think that you're only up against the government's decision and Broome Airport. But I'd say you'd have the Conti, you'd have the Mercury, you'd have the Mangrove. They'd all be fighting what you want to do, because that's where Impacts and Shell's people go now, isn't it?
I think if
Just
you have
for the record, so we can
I think that what's been explained to me by one of those providers is that the displacement ratio sits about 5 to 1.
What does that mean?
So every time you displace a tourist, you need 5 FIFO workers to replace that tourist, because a tourist doesn't.
Why is that?
Because a tourist just doesn't turn up to Broome. They'll turn up with their family.
Oh, righto.
They'll eat dinner out every night. They'll stay in an accommodation facility for 5 days, and they'll go and do a tour.
But look, being the devil's advocate as a truckie in this part of the world, we know it's all seasonal. But would it? And we've done inquiries with the hospitality industry in Broome over the years. This is prior to COVID. Now Qantas has squeezed the shit out of people up here, but they don't do anything wrong. There's no price fixing with Qantas, so I'll just get that on the record. But the FIFOs are there fortnight in, fortnight out, or week in, week out, aren't they?
Depending on their road.
Not defending Broome. I can see the gravity of your situation there, and I fully understand. People go to Broome for a holiday 6 months of the year before it gets too hot or too wet. I get all that. But would that be a fair assumption?
Well, I think it depends. If you wanted to look at, if you look at case studies in this overseas, if you take your mind back to Dutch disease, it's the exact same issue. So you've got operations in Van Helden, out of the Nordic state, the Nordic part of the world, up in Sweden and the like. If you have a look at US out of Homer, they've had dedicated facilities for decades, because the problem you've invariably got is that if you were to look at, and I've experienced this myself in mining, if you look at travelling Perth to Kalgoorlie, it's expensive because it's attached to mining.
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to travel from Perth to Broome, it's expensive because it's now attached to mining. You want to travel Perth to Karratha, it's now expensive because it's attached to mining. You want to travel Perth to Headland, you've got the same challenge.
So what's the excuse for Perth to Kununurra?
You'd have to answer. It costs us $5,000.
These poor buggers are getting ripped off up here, don't worry about that.
It costs us $3,000 to get here ourselves.
There you go.
But I think in and around the decentralisation of using assets for their intended purpose, but please don't think for a second we're talking negatively about Broome. I think they're doing a fantastic job. I think it's looking at things through the lens of there's a part that Truscott can play. The part without Truscott being on the map to...
Not a problem, but I don't think, my humble opinion is not just Broome Airport that would be behind the scenes saying we don't like your idea. You can't comment on that, but I'll certainly throw it in.
I think there's probably a few airlines that would support that too.
That's right. Sorry, just wanted to get that out. And let's just get this on the record too. Broome has done a magnificent job of selling Broome since Lord, what's his name? What's his name? He lived up in the treehouse in Broome. What's his name?
Lord Alpine.
What's his name?
Lord who?
Alpine, McAlpine.
McAlpine.
Yeah, so anyway.
Yeah. Now, I think that you raise a very valid point, Senator, but I think, and even from a tourism perspective, Broome and Kununurra are certainly the gateways in the Kimberleys. There's no two ways about that. That's exactly what they are, and they're both doing brilliant jobs. We're in the middle of the North Kimberley, and we can open up a part of the Anno Peninsula that's just not populated.
No, I'll put this on the record. I'm not against what you're saying. I can see the benefits there, absolutely. It'd be good for the Clumberoo mob to get something out of it too. Say 330 jobs, where?
Well, on the 30 kilometres from our airport. So
No. So once you get the accommodation, once you get the hospital.
No. So there's 30 jobs right now. So
30. Sorry, I thought you said 330.
I did. There's 30 jobs right now with the Warrnambool Canberra have commenced construction last dry season, the Jar Island Tourism Stopover Point. The Kimberleys, the North Kimberleys, you've always been able to look at it from a vessel and not touch it. They're in the pathway that has had state and federal funding. roughly 5 kilometres from our airport. They're building that now. That'll be up and running this dry season.
Oh, good.
That will basically, the intended pathway there with the Indigenous group is to have an even time roster of 15 on, 15 off. So there's 30 jobs off the bat supporting that.
Yeah.
That tourism market's meant to grow. It's currently a $300 million tourism market. There's 15 vessels servicing it on a pathway to 30 directly through that airport and through Jar Island. That could invariably create opportunities at Mitchell Falls, King George, Mitchell Plateau, King George Falls for direct tourism access because they can now stop there. There could be a pathway with the restriction removed from our airport that you're creating direct access from a capital city directly to our airport to those locations. And there's 42 locations that the Kununurra Aboriginal Corporation lists on their map. There were 16,500 tourists that actually transited those waters last year through that tourism program. The 300 jobs is the size of the camp that the Valpellon project are proposing to build.
Oh, righto, yes, okay.
That will open up genuinely 300 jobs.
That's the bauxite.
The bauxite mine. So you've got an airport, you're going to have 33 kilometres of sealed road, you've now got jobs. And the challenge for the Kununurra Aboriginal Corporation is they're living in abject squalor, not on their own country, they're living in Clumbaroo. And they're walking into buildings where you turn the light switch on, you get electrocuted. They can't even live on country. So
it's been a few years since I've been to Clumbaroo, but yes, I don't doubt anything you say.
They're living on Ballingarra country, not their own. They desire to want to live on their own.
Yep. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Whittaker, I was coming back to you. Are you ready to?
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple of final questions. So in your submission, Mr. Gleeson, you talk about the airport currently handling 26,000 passenger movements annually. And I'm just wondering I guess if we were to unlock these opportunities that you're talking about, what is your capacity to handle in terms of passenger and aircraft movements?
Yeah, it's a good question. So it was pre our ownership, but over the COVID period, Impex moved their operations to Mungalalo, North Kimberley Airport, and I think they moved roughly 2,500 people over the period. When we're busy, the airport will be doing roughly 60 flights a week. So given we've got accommodation at the facility that can really hold around 120 people at the airport, and if you were to talk numbers, if you were to increase your passenger flow from 26 to 39,000, that'd be an increase of 50%. That'd be a big jump. That'd equate less than, I think, a very small percentage of passenger movement that would come directly from our airport rather than Brooms. When you work out the percentages, it's an infinitesimally small number.
Mm-hmm. And then just finally from me, I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about the partnership that you have with the Aboriginal Corporation and the work if you could talk through the work you do with those remote communities that I think you talked about helping them, 3 times in the last 6 months or something.
Yep.
Along those lines in your opening statement. Could you just talk a bit more about that?
Yeah, so on 3 separate occasions, we'd been reached out to by the CEO at Clumbaroo, basically and Outback Stores, explaining invariably that the barge wasn't coming. So on 2 separate occasions, or 3 now, we actually stepped up and chartered a vessel to resupply our airport, as that needs to happen every 2 weeks, and invariably coordinate the support to make sure that food and fuel got to the township of Clumbaroo. And as of, I think it was Monday, we closed on the purchase of that 45-metre vessel to make sure that our airport's re-supported, but also the township of Clumbaroo. So turning up to try to do the right thing. In answer to your question earlier as well, Senator Whittaker, I just did the numbers, and a 50% increase on traffic flow through our airport would equate to about a 2.8% differential to flow from Broome moving to our airport. So a very small amount.
Mm-hmm. That's it from me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Smith. You don't have any further questions. Senator Sterle?
No, I'm all good. Thank you.
Okay. Look, I thank you, Mr. Gleeson, for your evidence today. Do you have anything further before I do the final?
I think that's it, Madam Chair. I think if I was to share anything, I think that we're looking to be good corporate citizens, and I think there's room for everyone. And the feedback from Davina Gianna that
you've had everyone in Kununurra panic and watching someone walk around in the suit.
I feel quite hot myself in one.
The committee has agreed that any responses to questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. So if you get the transcript, and if there's anything that's clear, the Secretariat will be in touch.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Be in touch. Thank you for the information that you've provided as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I'm not a senator. I come from the House that actually works. Broadcasting for their assistance. The committee has agreed that responses to any questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of witnesses receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript, and the committee stands adjourned.
Well done, Chair. Well done.